Take 2, audio check. Good afternoon, everybody. Right, welcome to week 5 of the inquiry. Week 5 is the Highways Week, and shortly we'll be hearing from the Council's Highways witness. Let me just check. Is it Mr. Coles or is it Mr. Collis? Collis. Right, thank you. Before we move on to hear from Mr. Collis, the panel's got some issues, quite a few issues that procedural matters that we need to pick up upon before we start. I'll invite Mr. Ware to go first, and then we'll come back to me because I've got some further comments to add.
Okay. Yeah, I'll deal with some housekeeping matters not directly related to this week, and then yes, obviously Mr. Young can deal with the points this week. Just as an update on our site visit progress, we did a long tour around the area last Wednesday, guided by the agreed route and schedule that people very helpfully provided. We also visited on the Thursday the airport itself and had a very helpful extensive tour around the public areas and the airside, and got various different views from within the airport. There's one matter to pick up on that, which I'll come back to. The two matters in terms of site visiting that we have not yet done, there were a number of locations where they were specifically identified as being peak hour traffic issues as opposed to traffic issues in general. We've not done those peak hour ones yet. We will do probably later on this week when the inquiry adjourns. Mr. Young and I will go down there and do the peak hour locations that were particularly identified. The other thing that we have not done is the early morning site visit, the noise site visit in the peak hour, 6 till 7. The intention is that, or no, it's not an intention, we will definitely, Mrs. Searson and I will do the early morning site visits later on during the inquiry, and we will do our best to get takeoffs and landings in opposite directions, obviously depending on the prevailing winds. But we've identified the locations that we want to go to, and hopefully we may end up going there twice, which is fine, so that we can get takeoff and landing in different directions if the wind allows. So that is where we are on our site visit progress. There's one matter that arose from the site visit, though, that I just want to flag up with the appellants. When we were being taken around the airport, the drivers who were very helpfully taking us around pointed out a number of features that we obviously needed to know about, and that there was an agreed route and an agreed list of locations. One thing they pointed out, however, and if it's something that we have simply missed, then please say so, was, I think it was 2 of the aircraft stands where a trial of all electric stands were to be undertaken. Now, I don't think we had picked that up on before. We'd obviously looked at the, what are they called, APUs, and we listened to the APUs and we understand what the APUs are, but there was a comment from one of the drivers, which we, for obvious reasons, didn't pursue, that there was an all-electric trial taking place. So I'll leave that with the appellant. Sorry.
So would you like a simple, completely neutral note with a plan just showing where that is, something like that?
I think where it is and what it is.
And yes, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Sort of neutral note just saying what it is and
yeah.
where it's happening.
Yeah, because certainly it was something that I don't think we'd picked up on from the evidence before. So if we could have that, that would be very useful.
Thank you.
Sorry, bear with me a second. I'll just make a note of that. I suppose the other thing to mention, which is pretty self-evident, I know, but about our site visits in the plural, obviously we're still in the, we're in the tail end of the COVID pandemic, and certainly going around the airport itself, If it hadn't been obvious before, it was blindingly obvious that this is a most unusual situation. I mean, it was a bit like a ghost town, frankly. It was an extraordinarily useful visit, but in no way, we accept that in no way does that represent a normal, whatever that is, operating environment. It was particularly useful because we could see everything we needed to see without hordes of people all over the place, but totally not representative. Moving on, and I will do a note for others who are not present, as I'll explain on this. But certainly some parties are. The issue of the Section 78 appeal and the related CPO. I gather there are still meetings being held between the relevant government departments. I don't anticipate they're going to resolve anything, frankly. As people will know, the Section 78 planning appeal is a transferred case to us, whereas the CPO is retained by the Secretary of State. I'm assuming that's going to be the eventual outcome. I don't think it's a very happy outcome, but there it is. It seems to us that the only sensible way of dealing with this, and it does have a slight knock-on effect, is that we would issue the Section 78 appeal decision first, and then report to the Secretary of State on the CPO based on whatever our decision was on the planning appeal. So our report to the Secretary of State on the CPO would say planning permission has or has not been granted. To be honest, I can't think of a better way of doing that. Whichever way you do it, it's not wildly satisfactory. And the sting in the tail on that is that the parties to the CPO, and I fully appreciate that they're not all here, which is why I'll do a note on it, the parties to the CPO inquiry, when we get there, would need to give their views on the situation if there is planning permission or if there is not planning permission, so that all parties would have to give a sort of dual view on the situation. Now, we think that's probably the best way of doing it, unless anybody has got any better thoughts, and I'm open to them. I'll take silence.
So yes, in principle, it does seem to me that the compulsory purchase order decision would need to take into account whether or not planning permission had been granted. There are occasionally CPOs made where planning permission has not been granted if, for example, there's a clear policy allocation that something should come forward, and therefore no planning impediment. But as in this situation, I would anticipate that the Secretary of State would want to know whether planning permission was to be granted. So I, in broad terms, I agree with you.
Okay, yeah, I think that's the only way of doing it. It's not, as I say, it's not entirely satisfactory, but what I'll do is a quick note summarising that, which I'll send around to all the parties to the CPO, but obviously as many of them are with us today, I thought I'd mention that. Okay, staying with my procedural matters and housekeeping, as it were, next week, climate change. I have received supplementary proofs from the appellants, from the council, from PCAA, and 3 from BAN. Thank you all for that. I've gone through them once. I will go through them again. The programme officer is looking again at the timetable for next week, but it is extremely tight. I have a feeling I would say, if I'd seen the timetable, I would probably say impossible, but I haven't seen the timetable yet, but it is extremely tight. I would thank those parties who have responded by cutting down their time estimates for next week. I think in particular, BAN and PCAA have cut down time estimates, and I think Extinction Rebellion have clarified, I think, that you're not involved in that. So thank you for that.
So on that, I anticipate certainly for PCAA and the 3 BAN witnesses that we will be able to reduce ours as well. I just need to do a little bit more work to make an accurate estimate, but I think the estimates are all about 2 hours. They'll be substantially less than that for those witnesses.
That's good to hear.
So it helps a bit.
I'd ask the council as well to review.
So we have, and I'm afraid we can't reduce our time estimates. We've looked at it quite hard.
Okay, I'll come back to that if I may, but thanks for that. Staying with that though, assuming that there is a problem for next week, and I know that some witnesses would not be available if we ran on into the week after, leave alone the confusion that that would cause. So I am anxious that we get that done next week. I'll have a look at the time estimates with the programme officer again, and I will obviously return to that point at the beginning of the climate change week, and we'll see where we get to. I mean, the bottom line, and I don't want to go there, but the bottom line is that if it simply doesn't work, I will just say, right, I'm cutting everybody's time estimates by 25%. I don't want to do that, but I will if I have to, because it's important that everybody gets heard and that we get it heard in an appropriate time without prejudicing other people. I'm not saying we'll have to do that, but that's the bottom line. But a couple of comments on the nature of the evidence for the climate change week. I think it's probably pretty self-evident, but I will say it. We've got quite a lot of evidence on the global and national climate change situation. Going over that position is frankly not necessarily very helpful to us, especially as quite a lot of that is not actually contested between any of the parties. I mean, I think it's fairly clear that there is, I'm trying to phrase this neutrally, and it's been described in other ways, but there is clearly a global and national climate change issue. That is, frankly, uncontested. Hearing what that issue is not, frankly, very helpful to us. Nor are the views put forward as to what national policy on this should be. I mean, we've got people's views on what national policy ought to be, but the fact is, rightly or wrongly, that it isn't, and we sitting up here obviously can't change that. So there are a couple of issues there that I would urge people to think very carefully about in terms of timing of the time taken up at the inquiry. The national and global issue and preferred national policy, not very helpful, to be honest. What we need to hear about is the implications of this proposal that we're dealing with on climate change within that existing policy framework. Now, again, I don't want to go down this route unless I have to next week, but if I feel that whoever is taking, frankly, too much time explaining to us what the climate change emergency is, then I probably will intervene and cut that down, because I haven't read fully the supplementary proofs. I have read all the other proofs, and I've read what I would call the obvious documents that have come in from all parties at the national and international level. I don't need to be told what climate change is. We need to know what this proposal would do to that situation. So I hope that's helpful. Two other things from me, and then I'll hand over. Now, obviously, I'm not sure who I'm speaking to here, because there are people obviously on Teams and watching on YouTube. There is an individual called Dr. Maya Rose Craig, who wishes to appear at the inquiry as a concerned person. The reason I'm raising this will, I think, become apparent. Dr. Maya Rose Craig can't appear in person on the 16th of September, which is the day next Thursday week, isn't it, when we're hearing from all local residents. She thought she could. We'd offered her a slot, but it turned out that she'd actually got the month wrong and she couldn't appear, and no problem there at all. What we have got is the transcript in writing of the short speech that she was intending to give. So we've got the transcript. I'm not sure if that's gone around yet, but if it hasn't, it will do. May not have gone for a reason that will become apparent. we believe that somebody will be available to read that transcript either in person or on Teams on the 16th of September. So we've got the transcript in writing. Somebody, we believe, will be available to read that transcript. The reason I'm raising it now is that whoever that person is, can I put in a plea that they contact the programme officer for a physical or a virtual slot to make sure that that transcript is read? Because so far we're getting it all a bit second-hand, and the programme officer hasn't had direct contact with whoever it would be to read that. And that's why I'm saying I'm not quite sure who I'm speaking to on this. But I've got a couple of other points. There was a query as to whether or not Dr. Maya Rose Craig could appear giving pre-recorded evidence on Teams. Reluctantly, we've said no to that, and people will be aware that we've actually said no to other people who wanted to give audio or video evidence in that sort of format. It's not the way that we would normally run things at an inquiry, so we have reluctantly said no. We can't hear, I'm afraid, in that context from Dr. Maya Rose Craig for fairness and consistency reasons. However, again, there is another option which we're very happy with, and that is that as well as the written text and as well as somebody being present to read out that written text on Teams or in person, we'd be quite happy for a hyperlink of Dr. Maya Rose Craig reading out that text to be attached to her statement. And then we can look at it later. So basically we'll hear it in 3 different ways, and we're completely happy with that. I'm raising that for 2 reasons. One is just to be clear that there are different methods of hearing from this person. But the other reason I'm raising it, and I'm sorry I have to do this, but there is a suggestion in correspondence to the programme officer that the programme officer is in some way trying to prevent this person from being heard due to her ethnicity and her age. First point is that the programme officer works to us. So if there is any such criticism, it's not to the programme officer, it's to us, or more specifically, it's to me. I completely reject that. We weren't in any event aware of the ethnicity of the person until those representing her raised it. And they raised it in the context that there was a suggestion in correspondence that because of her ethnicity and or age, we were somehow trying to prevent her from appearing. I'll be generous and say that's completely untrue. I could be a lot firmer about it. It is completely untrue. It's absolutely rejected, and in fact, we've been bending over backwards, not just to hear this particular person, but also as many people as we possibly could from the local and wider community. So I needed to say that because I don't like the idea of things bouncing around out there, criticising the programme officer for something that's absolutely nothing to do with her. So I'll leave that there. My final point, you'll be glad to know, is that for reasons that a few people will know, Mr. Melling, who is the airport's witness, who I think was due on the 17th of September, due to unavoidable personal circumstances which we're aware of, and I'm not going to discuss, but due to unavoidable circumstances, Mr. Melling is not going to appear 17th of September. There will be a new programme coming out, incidentally. He was due to be the last person in that week, and we're going to move him on to the week beginning 27th of September after the break. We've got the capacity to do that. So Mr. Melling, not 17th of September. I'm assuming he'll be the first person on week beginning 27th of September. It's one of those unfortunate things that happens. Unless there's anything from anybody arising from anything that I've said, I'll pass over to Mr. Young for comments on this week. Are we all okay on that? I'm conscious there are people on Teams, so if anybody does want to come in on Teams, please do so. Miss Beth. Oh, hello there, Miss Beth.
Hi. Just a couple of things on week 7. I've offered the expert witness from Christine Tudor. There wasn't a time slot. We're suggesting 2 hours. And also that's day 26. And also on day 28, XR elders will want, wait a minute, to cross-examine Alex Melling. No longer relevant, is it?
No, he'll move on.
Yeah.
And I think we did know about the first point. Thank you for both those points. Okay, unless there's anything further, I'll hand back to my colleague.
Okay, just some issues that are related to the evidence this week. We've had 2 inquiry document requests over the last couple of days, one from XR Elders, one from PCAA. I think the PCAA issue has largely gone away because they wanted to submit a document which was a CAA passenger survey from 2019. As been pointed out, that was already in the core document, so there's nothing more to say on that one. The other document, I don't know what the council, the airport have seen from XR Elders, is a note on travel costs. Have you seen that, and any issues in terms of accepting that in?
I don't know whether we as a team have. I personally haven't seen it, but that may be because I haven't caught up with things. I'll just see.
So I'll take the opportunity to say we've seen it. We don't have anything to say. It's entirely a matter for you as to whether you want to admit it or not.
Yeah, no, others in the team have seen it, and it's fine.
It's fine. Okay, all right. Well, I will. I'll ask the programme officer to put that in the inquiry documents then. Thank you. Right. On Friday, we are intending to have a conditions session. The latest list of conditions that I've seen, which actually isn't latest, it goes back several weeks ago, but the 2 conditions on there that stand out are 25 and 50, because they're the 2 conditions that concern the off-site highway works. And the first one is along the A38, and then the other concerns improvements at junction 22 of the M5. So certainly to be discussing those 2, and I'm going to come back in a minute and say a little bit more about condition 50. Plus there have been some suggested conditions. I don't think these are actually on the list, but it may have come from, well, it did come from one of the Rule 6 parties suggesting a condition about phasing of the car parking and bringing forward the multi-storey car parks ahead of any extension to the Silver Zone car parks. So that will probably form some part of the discussion as well. And just to clarify, the surface access strategy, that isn't a condition that I saw, is it? That's in the section 106. Right. Okay, well, we'll probably have a discussion about that because I'm fairly sure we're going to hear a lot of evidence this week about the sustainable transport and the targets in the SAS. So even though that's not a condition, I think we'll chuck that in as well on Friday morning, have a discussion about that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yes, okay. Fine. Latest 106, is there anything that we don't have, or no?
I don't think there's anything new to report to you.
Okay. Then just staying with the condition, can we get an idea of when we might receive an updated list of conditions? Because what we have is Miss Beth, do you want to say something?
Well, you may be coming on to it. I was just going to say that for the interest of clarity, I would appreciate a copy, if there have been any suggested alterations to the section 106, because all I have is the one attached to the officer's report. Okay. And the conditions, but I think you're just going to say that we'll be getting that. So.
All right, fine. The list of conditions that we've got is just to backtrack. You'll recall that the panel gave some comments right back at the beginning of the inquiry on the whole list, and then since then we've had a discussion on noise and air quality conditions a few weeks back, and things have moved on. Now, I would around about this time like to see a sort of the further iteration of that list of conditions, sort of reflecting the discussions that we had, and also reflecting our comments that we made back at the beginning of the inquiry. I'm not too sure who's leading on the list of conditions, but I'm aware of sort of comments that have been made that discussions have been continuing. So I guess the question is, are we likely to see, can we see an updated list of conditions later this week before Friday?
I think certainly on our part, we would need to check back. Certainly, I've not been involved in the discussion, so we would just need to check back. It may be that Mr. Henderson is
I'm not sure I'm going to offer much more illumination, but safe to say that we could achieve a comparable table to that which you received before the last conditions section. That from our perspective would be achievable this week. It probably won't be agreed. You might have to consider the 2 columns that you previously considered, but that could certainly be achieved, say, for Thursday.
Yeah.
That would be, I think, achievable.
Okay, well, that would be helpful. Thank you. Okay, then moving on, condition, what we want to try and do is just give a heads up ahead of Friday. And at this point, I'm going to talk about condition 50. And I'm going to turn away, because I don't think the council really has any issue there. It's not even within North Somerset. So by all means, turn your microphone on if you want to say something. But it's more the appellant and it's more Highways England that this is directed at. So you'll recall on those comments that we made on the original set of conditions at the beginning inquiry, quite a few of those comments were made in relation to condition 50, which to us at that time has come as something as a surprise because it had not been covered in the proofs of the highway witnesses. Now, since that time, rather helpfully, we had a statement of common ground come in last week. I think it was last week or possibly the week before, which was signed between the airport and Highways England. It was specifically on that issue of the highway improvements to junction 22. Now, Highways England are not here, and I'd be surprised if we've got anybody. It doesn't look like we've got anybody from Highways England joining us online, but nonetheless, what we will be doing today is writing through the programme offset out to Highways England, and I think it's Rachel Sandy is the contact there. Certainly her name appears on all the relevant consultation response, and asking her to attend on Friday. And also she'll need to watch back these comments, or so if anybody else in the room has is able to get the message to Highways England and Rachel Sandy, that would be helpful. Say we will ask her to attend, but if she gets the message through other channels, that's not going to do any harm. But although she's not here, the statement of common ground is signed between Highways England and the appellants. There's some comment.
So I just
yes.
update you on one thing. Apparently Rachel Sandy has left Highways England, and I think the contact person that we will make sure is contacted is Lisa McCaffrey, who is in fact the person who signed, I was just looking at the top of it, the statement of common ground. So it's Lisa
McCafferty.
MC, and then another C-A-F-F-R-E-Y, McCaffrey.
Right. So she's the person that we need.
That's what we understand. Right. I mean, I suspect we will quite independently contact them to, just in case she happened to be the person that signed, but that's my understanding.
Okay. All right. Right, well, we'll get the message to Heaven, and hopefully we'll have them here on Friday. But anyway, I'm going to set out some of my the panel's sort of comments about condition 50, because I think that's going to be helpful to give a further heads up, because we've now had the chance to go over the statement of common ground and some of the attachments to that, and that's really the first sort of in-depth information we've had about this condition. Firstly, the first issue on Friday we're going to have to address is we're going to want to see a lot more information about the impact of development traffic at junction 22. And on the face of it, the numbers, the absolute numbers at least, anyway, of vehicles using that junction are very small. The Highways England response, with the one that is written by Ms. Sandy, dated the 8th of February 2021, refers multiple times to Transport Note 023, and that providing the basis of the analysis of the impact at junction 22, but we as a panel have been unable to locate TN 23. I don't know if it's a core document. If it is, it's well hidden away. All I've been able to find is Transport Assessment Supplementary Document, CD 3.6.13, which is referenced in the Statement of Common Ground. That I have, so I have looked at that. However, that in itself is lacking significantly in the kind of detail that we're looking for. So I don't know whether that is one and the same, or does anybody, can you clarify that first?
I can't answer that offhand.
No.
I think that TN 023 is in the documentation, but what we will do is we will work that out and then give you a precise reference to that. We'll do that through the program officer.
Yeah.
If it isn't, obviously we can make it available so that it can become an inquiry document.
Well, I'm grateful, and I don't, and obviously the comment, I may as well go on and say this, but obviously these comments are predicated on the fact that I haven't seen that document, so some of these issues, if not all of them, may be addressed by that document when I see it. But what we obviously need to understand, we need to have a full analysis of Junction 22, which is what I haven't seen. We need, an assessment year, do a minimum, do something scenarios. I'm particularly keen to see what the percentage impacts at that junction are. And the absolute numbers are small. I suspect the percentage impacts are going to be even smaller. We need to see modelling, the junction modelling results of that junction. We want to understand the impact of queuing, delay, etc. All the sorts of information that I would normally see in a transport assessment with when it comes to a junction. Also then is the issue that the junction improvement is a commitment in the Sedgemoor local plan. And so again, we're keen to understand what would be the relative impacts at junction 22 between Bristol Airport, or this application, and the growth in Sedgemoor. We'd also like more information about alternative funding sources which are touched upon in this Statement of Common Ground, and it refers to the major road network, Somerset County Council's major road network investment programme referred to, but then it kind of stops there. So we need to understand if there are alternative sources of funding for this improvement. Highways England referred to Circular 0213 in their response. That's not a core document, and have we got it, what is it, and is it out of date? And then perhaps just some of our sort of provisional comments on the information that we do have, which is, say, just limited the absolute numbers of development trips through that junction. I mean, the position that's set out by Highways England, and I would add agreed to by the airport, appears to be that the junction is performing so badly that any, and this is what it says, any adverse impact will be unacceptable. Well, with respect, that is contrary to the approach in the MPPF, and that's misplaced. So we need to understand on what basis that conclusion has been arrived at. I mean, there'll be quite a few people in this room will be aware that the established approach to junction mitigation is not simply to look at the performance of a particular junction. It's the net impact that we're interested in of the development, and that has to be quantified and understood. And once that is done, you move on to look at what effect that impact then has on the operation of a junction. In effect, there are two sides to the coin. It's the impact, and then it's the effect of that impact on the junction. It's not to say this junction is currently so bad, and therefore any, i.e. one car, is enough to trigger a request for mitigation. We want to understand how Highways England and the airport have arrived at the conclusion of severe impact. The 8th of February response from HE states that there will be no perceptible impact at less than 30 movements through that junction, but then come to a conclusion of a severe impact at 25/36 movements in the AM and PM peak respectively. Now, those figures are on a northbound off-slip, which is the arm of a junction I understand HE is most concerned about. to say that there's no perceptible impact at less than 30, yet there is a severe impact at 25/36 movements. Again, it's simply not a tenable position. And to clarify, in any event, that 30-way, two-way movements comes from the guidance for transport assessment, and that was always given in that document as a starting point for an assessment, not the starting point for mitigation. It might be that that junction performed very badly, but the impact is really small. Or it might be that the impact is insignificant, but the impact is significant, but the junction still performs satisfactorily. In either of those cases, condition requiring mitigation would probably not meet the test. The panel is also concerned that in agreeing with HE's position, there may be implications for the other junctions assessed in the TA. And if the appellant accepts that such a small impact can constitute a severe impact, what implications does this have for all the other junctions that have been assessed in the TA, most of which are much closer to the airport? And then finally, there's a Somerset County Council drawing of the junction improvement attached to the back of the Statement of Common Ground, but that status of that is unclear. Where are the modelling results that go with that? And is that the improvement that is being sought by Highways England, or is there another scheme? And do we have a plan of that? And if the issue is, as indicated, confined to a small amount of development traffic on one arm of the junction, why is the whole roundabout being signalised? And have any alternative smaller schemes been looked at or identified? So there's a lot going on there, and there's a lot to digest, and I'm quite happy to park that until Friday morning. But it's pretty fundamental that we have Highways England here to answer all of that. But in short, the information that we need is a long, long way from where it needs to be on that particular condition.
Well, sir, thank you. That's very clear.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to say anything about that before we move on to hear from Mr. Collis?
Well, just one thing that occurs to me. I mean, I know that people have been taking notes of what Mr. Young has said, but I'm assuming that this is all being recorded on YouTube. It might be very helpful if Highways England had a quick look at what Mr. Young's just gone through, in addition to the notes that people have been taking.
I'm sure we can draw that to their attention. While we're on these housekeeping matters, could I just raise one very brief one? I think it has been raised with the programme officer just in a brief email, but it may well not have got to you yet. And again, it's still on the programme, and this time for next week. I think the programme for next week includes obviously the climate change witnesses, and the current programme includes 3 BAN CC witnesses, Professor Anderson, Finlay Asher, and Sam Hunter-Jones. We received an email, I think it was dated the 26th of this month, but forgive me if I've misremembered that, from Council for BAN CC, suggesting that Sam Hunter-Jones should not appear in the climate change week, but should be in the planning week. We, I have to say, do have some concerns about that. Mr. Hunter-Jones is a solicitor for Client Earth, and his evidence is all about climate change. He's not a planning witness, and he doesn't deal with the planning policies other than to, I think in one paragraph, mention that there are some. And for obvious reasons, we're keen that a climate change witness from one of the objector groups doesn't appear after our witness, because obviously we have the opportunity to respond to objections. I don't think any decision's been taken on that request, but just so that you note, we would oppose it.
Yeah, a decision has been taken. It's just that I haven't communicated it to anyone. I have seen that correspondence about Mr. Hunter Jones. I share the views that have just been expressed. I do feel that his evidence is directed towards the climate change issue, and therefore we'll be asking him to appear in that week. Reluctantly, obviously only because we're very crowded that week, but I think it's important that he does appear in that week. I don't think a response has gone back on that yet, because I frankly only looked at it just this morning.
Thank you for that. I'm not sure I can fully respond to that without discussing it with my counsel. I do know in terms of practical arrangements, I mean, I've got no idea whether Mr. Hunter Jones is available next week, because it's been presumed since the start of this inquiry, as I understand it, that he was given evidence in the planning balance section. So I actually have no idea whether he's available next week.
Well, if you can investigate that, but as Mr. Humphreys has done, I've looked through briefly this morning, again, his evidence, and I mean, to me it's clear it is climate change evidence. And if you want to be simple about it, if you look at the actual headings in his evidence, it's very clearly set out. Almost every heading says something about climate change. It's that simple. So if you could please check his availability, and he'll appear on the whatever version it is programmed for the Climate Change Week.
So if I could just come back once more. So there has been another programme produced for next week which doesn't include him, as I understand. I've certainly seen a programme that doesn't include him.
Yep.
There
will be another one that does. And frankly, the programme is changing all the time. And I'm not criticising anybody for this, but availabilities, requests to appear are changing all the time. I don't know what version we're at. I mean, I've got one version which I know is out of date, but he will be included in the Climate Change Week in the next version.
I think we're going to get that.
Thank you, sir. I'll check his availability. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, if he can be available on one day but not the other, then obviously the sooner the programme officer knows about that, the better.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And I'll just deal with the Sutherland issue. Yeah.
I've got it.
So is it also, while we're on who's appearing when, can we clarify which Balpa witnesses are appearing this week? Because I think Mr. Renshaw is Mr. Renshaw. I know there has been some debate about whether Mr. Hatton would also be a witness, and it may be that everyone else knows what the answer is, but I'm just slightly unclear in my own mind.
Well, we have Mr. Renshaw. My understanding is we're going to hear from Mr. Renshaw this week, but his other witness, Mr. Hatton, is now going to appear in the Greenbelt week. So, unless Mr. Renshaw tells me otherwise, I think we're just going to hear from him.
Yes, that's correct. Just myself this week. So.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all we need to know. Thank you.
Right. Miss Sutherland's got her hand up, and I'll come to you in a second, Miss Sutherland. Let me just, there was one other thing I had to just deal with before I finished, and that was just about your issue, Miss Sutherland. You had requested to cross-examine some of the other Rule 6 parties. There's a couple of issues there. I think we've written out to you to explain that, you know, planning inquiries cross-examination is normally reserved for those parties who hold an opposing view. It is highly unusual for an objector to cross-examine other objectors. You know, in this instance, the panel didn't consider cross-examination, your cross-examination of other Rule 6 parties would be helpful or particularly good use of inquiry time. Now, I appreciate you've come back to us, I think, this morning with some further comments and concerns about policy DM30 and how it seems to us, and it is a difficult and slightly unusual situation here, but those arguments are going to be, seems to us, much more applicable to your client's own planning application, which I understand is subject to a separate appeal, but to try and accommodate as much as we can.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you there, sir. There's no appeal. There's no determination been made by the local authority in relation to our scheme.
Okay. Right, okay, well, if you let me just finish what I was going to say.
Sorry.
If you want to make points about policy DM30 as part of your evidence in chief, then myself and Mr. Ware are quite happy for you to do that, but we are going to draw the line at cross-examining of a witness. Is there anything further you need to add?
Yes, sir, if I may. The points that I were making were in relation to the fact that I was quite happy with your assessment on Rule 6 parties, and I totally accept your thinking on that. But I did have some questions for the local authority witnesses. And so I wonder if you can give me some clarity as to that respect. I do think that the case that I brought is relevant to both the way in which the airport produced their sequential testing process and also the way in which the council failed to properly assess it. And that case, I think, can only be dealt with by my having the opportunity to speak to both the council and BAL and their witnesses.
Well, as we said, it would be extremely unusual. And if I can reduce it to a fairly simple scenario, I mean, you're obviously an objector to the proposal. You would like us to dismiss the appeal. Now, you may well have issues with the council, but the council also wishes to dismiss the appeal. Now, look, I'm sure I don't have to explain, but the purpose of cross-examination is to test the evidence and, if possible, dent the evidence. Now, if you cross-examine the council's witness and make some headway there and, you know, as I say, dent the council's position, you're actually denting your own position, and I don't see how that helps us. Probably doesn't help the council either, but I'm not actually bothered about them. But, you know, I'm a simple soul. We've got a room here, a virtual room as well, with people on either side. You've made your position very clear as to what you think we should be doing with this appeal. But in effect, you're now saying, well, in some respects, both sides have got it wrong. What do you actually want us to do with the appeal? Do you want us to allow it or dismiss it?
Well, sir, I would like you to dismiss the appeal on the basis I'm objecting to the decision that's being made. However, sir, the reasons why I would like you to dismiss that appeal is because of the proposed parking in the Greenbelt.
Yes.
And so one of the issues that, you know, so I am not sitting here and saying the airport should not expand. I am not supporting that contention by the council. I am saying if you are going to expand, then you should not be expanding your car parking into the Greenbelt. And so that is relevant to both. The council have not pleaded that case particularly well, hence my having to be involved. They've not.
Yeah, I mean, we're more than happy that you should expand on that in your evidence in chief. But I mean, if you're right, and if the council hasn't put this point very well, by exposing that apparent weakness in the council's case, you're actually hurting your own case. Now, I'm not going to die in the ditch over this, and I do want to hear what the council have to say about it, but I don't see it's very helpful to us, frankly. Mr. Henderson, have you got any thoughts on this?
Yes, so we agree with you. It's highly irregular and it's not justified here. You simply need to look at Ms Sutherland's statement of case, consider what's in there, consider the arguments that she makes there, and consider would cross-examination assist you in determining any of those arguments. It would, but only cross-examination of the appellant's witnesses. Cross-examination of our own witnesses is not going to be of any assistance whatsoever to that. And we're also concerned, I raise it now, but I'm not going to go into it in great detail, but the emails that you've had today go quite far beyond Ms Sutherland's case. You can look in her statement of case, compare it to the emails that you have today, and you'll see that it departs some deal. DM50, for example, you'll note no allegation there that it's out of date. The sequential test is the issue that she takes as her main case, perfectly entitled to do so, but she puts that to the appellant. It's their assessment that she challenges. It's not our own.
Yeah, I think the other point that we ought to raise, and then we'll rule on this, is that if we went down that very unusual route, and if it was then concluded in the context of a cost application that that was an unreasonable route, there could be cost implications, Ms Sutherland, for your client. I presume that you were aware of that.
So it's not something I'd factored into my decision to date, so it is something that I would need to take instructions on.
Well, I think we can probably shortcut this. I mean, as I said earlier, in a totally different context, we're not sitting up here normally saying we don't want to hear something, but I think in this particular case, we're very happy to hear, Ms. Sutherland, what you have to say on this matter in your own evidence. You've already put a statement in, and we'll hear from you later on, but I think the cross-examination must be reserved to the party, the appellant, to whom you are objecting, rather than to the council. I don't think it would frankly help us, so I think we'll leave that matter there.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I actually have my hand up for a different reason, though. Very, very briefly, and I don't think it falls into what you were just saying, sir. I hope not. Your colleague was just mentioning the Highways England statement of common ground, and it was for that reason that I'd put my hand up. So because there's your colleague is obviously saying, I need to know more about what's being discussed here by Highways England. And again, I have a concern in relation to this, sir. One of the things that Highways England quite clearly sets out in this proposed statement of common ground is that the relationship with the quantum of parking provision, including formal off-airport car parking, will be set out with commitments as to how BAL are going to address that. And so what it appears to me to be saying is that BAL should be assessing off-airport car parking operations fully. And that is something that, you know, throughout this appeal, I've had to mention consistently, is that neither BAL nor the council looked at off-airport car parking provision and the numbers involved for demand and all the other reasons. And it appears that, and I may be reading this incorrectly, but it appears that Highways England agree with me. And so if you're going to be asking Highways England to bring forward further evidence in relation to what they're saying, so that's a very important issue from my perspective.
Okay, noted. Ms. Sutherland, thank you. Ms. Beth.
Thank you. So there's one other housekeeping matter before we start this week, and it is that for the purposes of this week, as I'm an expert witness appearing, Johnny Devis will be the advocate, and
yes.
So I will actually shut up from now on, and it will be Johnny speaking for XR elders this week.
Yes, that was our understanding. Thank you. Right, if there's nothing else, I will hand over to Mr. Henderson.
Sir, thank you. I have an offering. We will be going to one of the plans. It's Appendix E to Mr. Witchell's proof of evidence. We've got it printed out in A3. If it's going to assist you to have it in that format, I'll hand it up, and my learned friend already has one. Yeah. So I'll do that now.
Oh, very helpful, thank you.
Hopefully that will make things easier when we get to it. Right, Mr. Coles, good afternoon. Let's start, please, with your proof of evidence, paragraph 1.1. You explain there that your name is Tim Collis, you're senior management consultant with Atkins Limited, and you set out in the remainder of that paragraph your professional qualifications and your experience. Is all of that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Can I begin by asking you to explain the background to your instruction in this matter?
Yes, I was approached back in July 2020 and support was requested for this appeal against the airport. I considered the application documents. My professional view was that there was a reasonable case for refusal. It's consistent with my professional obligations, and I was subsequently appointed in September 2020.
Can I ask you just to expand on what you mean by it being consistent with your professional obligations, please?
Yeah, the Institute of Civil Engineers, the Code of Conduct is to protect health and safety of the public. And there are the safety concerns.
Thank you very much. Right, before we turn to your proofs of evidence, I just want to deal with one document that came in last week, and that's the Statement of Common Ground with Highways England. Can I ask you please to comment on how far that document goes to the issues which you raise in your proof of evidence and your rebuttal proof of evidence?
It doesn't have a material impact on what we've identified. Fundamentally, the distribution, and given the scale of the trip generation, doesn't have an impact.
Thank you very much. Okay, so turning now to your proof of evidence, I'm going to deal with your evidence in 4 parts. Firstly, policy. Secondly, your surface access infrastructure. Thirdly, parking, and then your evidence about the public transport uptake. So starting with policy and national aviation policy, can I ask you to turn please to paragraph 3.2.5 in your proof of evidence. This is on page 12 in the hard copy, 14 in the PDF. You set out in paragraph 3.2.5 at the bottom of the page 4 themes which you say are apparent in national aviation policy. I'd like to take each of those themes in turn. So starting with your subparagraph A, can I ask you to explain the theme that you've highlighted there in national aviation policy?
Yes, I mean, the aviation policy, it comes from the aviation policy framework Beyond the Horizon and Aviation 2050. And this is about reduction of emissions primarily and carbon, and they all look for sustainable growth and protecting local communities.
Thank you. Turning then to your second theme, I'd like to get you to look at a document in relation to this. So CD 6.5, which is Aviation 2050. Can I ask you to open that, please? And it's page 66 within that document, paragraph 3.6.7.
Sorry, could I have the paragraph?
Yeah, 3.6.7 on
Yeah.
page 66. We can all read what it says there, but having regard to what that paragraph says, how do you take that into account when you formulate what you've put as your second theme in 3.2.5 around congestion?
Well, it's about easy and reliable access for passengers and minimising congestion. I mean, it's fundamental for the airport and the nature of the A38 in the area, just to make sure that, you know, the passengers and staff and public transport can be used to access the airport.
Thank you. And then if we pick up your third theme, please, going back to your proof of evidence, 3.2.5, you've explained there the need to increase the use of public transport to access airports. Can I ask you to read that again alongside Aviation 2050, please? So that's CD 6.5 again, page 75 this time, paragraph 3.101. Having regard to that paragraph, what support does 3.101 give to the theme that you've identified in your proof of evidence?
Well, so this is about sustainable journeys to airport, and it says that there must be innovative solutions, ambitious targets which will reduce carbon and congestion and improve air quality. So in order to do that, you need to understand the existing situation, and you also need to know what is possible.
Thank you. So how would you factor that in then, Mr. Trollies, when you're preparing a scheme such as the one which the inspectors are considering?
Well, you need to look at that from day one. That's got to be your starting block. You need to be looking at sustainability and how you can maximise it.
Thank you. And then finally, going back to your proof of evidence, your fourth theme, this is subparagraph D on page 12. Can I ask you to explain the theme that you've drawn out there around surface access strategies?
Yes, it's saying that about the importance of the access strategies, and that I mean, that would show the commitment, and stakeholders should be involved in that as well as it's developed.
Thank you. And again, how would you factor that into the preparation of a scheme such as the proposed development?
Again, that needs to come from day one, and you need to understand the existing situation, and you need to see what is possible, what can be, how you can maximise that sustainable access.
Thank you. Okay, leaving national aviation policy to one side, turning now to the NPPF, please. I'm going to refer to the new version. I think we've all got the new version now, so let's try that. General question first, Mr. Collins. How consistent is the policy in the NPPF Chapter 9 with the themes that you've identified in your proof of evidence around national aviation policy?
They're very similar. They're looking at the same issues. They're looking at carbon. They're looking about sustainability and mitigating impact.
Thank you very much. Can I ask you please to turn to paragraph 104 in the NPPF? Just one moment, sorry, hang on. It's 30, PDF 30. PDF 30, page 30, paragraph 104, sir. I'd like to focus on subparagraph C here, please, Mr. Collis. Can you explain, in your view, how is this policy to be taken into account when you're developing a scheme such as the proposed development?
Well, the whole of 104, it states it must be done considered from the earliest stages, and that's looking at opportunities to promote walking, cycling and public transport. So they have to be identified and pursued. So in order to do that, again, you have to have a good understanding of the existing situation and what is possible.
So what sort of work would you expect to see undertaken in that regard?
You'd be looking for a thorough assessment. You'd be looking to understand the existing situation and a lot of detail about the origins, the numbers and the opportunities which are currently missing.
Thank you. Can I ask you to turn over the page, please? Page 31. We get to NPPF paragraph 110. In assessing sites that may be allocated for development plans or specific applications for development, it should be ensured that, and then we have 4 subparagraphs A through to D. Taking each of these in turn, can I ask you to explain what the significance of these policies is for the assessment of the proposed development, please?
Yes, I mean, this policy is looking to ensure that sustainable transport is promoted. All the opportunities for all the modes have been taken up. So this really is looking to promote maximising walking, cycling and public transport. Again, you have to test those to make sure that they can be done. You have to understand what's possible. Point B is about safe and suitable access, and that's for all users, so primarily vulnerable users, pedestrians and cyclists, but also vehicles, swept path analysis. Point C says that the content of associated standards reflects current national guidance, so any current guidance should be considered. And then D, the significant impacts in terms of capacity and congestion and highway safety should be cost effectively mitigated.
Thank you. In respect to subparagraph C, can I ask you to explain, you've listed a whole series of different guidance documents in your evidence. I don't want to go through all of them. Can you explain in general terms how you've taken those into account, bearing in mind what's said in paragraph 110C here?
I mean, some of them are national guidance. They are guidance and they are good practice. But given what it says here, they should be reflected in the proposals and the application.
Thank you. Turning now to the local level, starting with the core strategy, please. This is CD 5.6, so I think it's in at least 2 different places, but CD 5.6 is the reference I have. Starting with CS1, please, on page 22. Can I ask you to explain, please, what the significance of this is in your view for the assessment of the proposed development?
There's two aspects here. Again, there's a commitment to reducing carbon emissions, but also that maximising sustainable transport again. Opportunities for walking, cycling and public transport should be maximised. And providing opportunities to encourage and facilitate modal shift. I mean, this has an impact on the trip generation. Obviously, the more you can do sustainably, the less trips, and also the result in a reduction in parking as well.
Thank you very much. Moving on to CS10, page 55 of this document. I'll ask you the same question. What's the significance of this policy in the assessment of the proposed development from your perspective?
Very similar again. Transport schemes should enhance and facilitate pedestrians, deliver better local bus services, develop innovative and adaptable approaches to public transport, improve road safety and personal safety, reduce adverse environmental impacts, and mitigate against increased traffic congestion. So again, they're all related. It's ensuring that sustainable transport is facilitated and it is maximised. Public transport is innovative, and then personal safety is achieved, and then mitigating against increased traffic congestion. Obviously, the airport does have a significant impact, and that needs to be mitigated appropriately.
Thank you. Policy CS23 now, page 95. I'll ask you to read that. You'll see the words including the impact of growth on surrounding communities and surface access infrastructure. Do you see those words?
Yes.
And can I ask you also please to look at the priority objectives at the start of the plan? So put a finger in that page and go back to page 20, please.
Sorry, which page?
Page 20 on the internal pagination of the
Sorry, I missed that.
core strategy. Page 20. We've got the priority objectives.
I haven't got that page, sorry.
Okay. I'll give you an opportunity to get it up, don't worry. I know you've got some in hard copy and some in soft copy. So it's CD 5.6.
CD 5.
Which is the core strategy from 2017.
It's page 20.
It's page 20 internally. If you're using the PDF, try page 22. But I think page 20, if you're looking at the bottom left-hand corner.
Yes, got it.
Yep, second paragraph there, please. Can I ask you to read what it says there about Bristol Airport?
Ensure that major development proposals are delivered in tandem with the necessary improvements in physical and social infrastructure such as flood mitigation, healthcare facilities, M5 Junction 21, improvements at Weston-super-Mare, Junction 19, improvements at Portishead and access and improvements to Bristol Airport, and the appropriate delivery mechanisms, including effective tariffs, developer contributions are in place.
Thank you very much. Reading that priority objective alongside what we looked at just a few moments ago in CS23, how significant, in your view, is the role of surface access infrastructure in local planning policy when considering development at Bristol Airport?
It's very important. It's considered throughout all the different documents, and there's obviously great need to achieve all the objectives.
Thank you. And then the other part of local plan policy is the development management policies. DM26, please. So this is CD 5.4. And within that, it's page 66. We get policy DM26, dealing with travel plans. In the context of Bristol Airport and national aviation policy, which we've already looked at about airport surface access strategies. What's the significance of this policy, in your view, for the assessment of the scheme?
Well, this relates to travel plans, again, reducing car use, delivering other sustainable transport objectives, and the adoption of the travel plan to minimise the impact.
Thank you very much. The final piece of local plan policy, which I'll ask you to deal with briefly, is the JLTP4, the Joint Local Transport Plan 4. This is CD 7.5. Can I ask you to summarise for the inspectors what you see as the main themes that emerge from that document?
Yeah, it's looking at well-connected sustainability, a sustainable transport network. Again, there are issues with climate change and connecting Bristol Airport and the mass transit bus connections.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's part one, policy done. Part two, surface access infrastructure. Can I ask you to start, please, with the reason for refusal 1. You might have it, if not, we have it in part 4 of the CDs. It's CD 4.16. We've got the reason for refusal there. The first reason for refusal refers to the adverse impact on an inadequate surface access infrastructure. Can I ask you to explain to the inspectors what your understanding is of the issues which are raised in that part of this reason for refusal?
I mean, the surface infrastructure is the highway network, but it's not just vehicles, it's walking, it's cycling, it's facilitating public transport. It's already substandard congested. There's going to be significant impact, and the issue is it's not been mitigated sufficiently.
Thank you very much. So against that, I want to turn to consider some of the issues that you raised, but one preliminary question. You'll have seen in Mr. Witchell's evidence various different places. He refers to the fact that officers were satisfied on a particular point or consultants were satisfied on a particular point, but you take a different view. Can I ask you to respond in general terms? I'm sure we'll come to the specifics, but in general terms, what your response is to that comment which is made?
Well, I mean, I understand the planning committee, they were very engaged with the process and the application. They're very well informed, they've got a lot of local knowledge. They've had concerns, and from what I've seen, they're justified in their decision.
Right, thank you. Now, can we just outline the scope of this topic? There's 4 issues which I think are no longer pursued by you in your evidence. I just want to run through them with you. Your proof of evidence, paragraph 4.3, can you just confirm whether that's something that you're pursuing or which you're satisfied on now?
No, we've had further information on that, and we're satisfied with that.
Thank you. So we can put a line through that paragraph. 4.8 now, please. Same question. Can you just confirm if are you pursuing that, or can we strike through that?
Yes, again, we've received new information, and that's no longer being pursued.
And then 2 junctions, junctions 13 and 5. Can you just confirm the position in respect of those junctions?
Yes, we've had further information through, and we're satisfied with that.
Right. Thank you very much. So, by my not very good maths, certainly not as good as Mr. Taylor's maths, that leaves about 7 issues under this part to deal with. So let's take them in turn. First one is Q surveys. Your proof of evidence at paragraph 4.4, please. First question, 4.4, so it's page 21 or 23 on the PDF of Mr. Colliers' proof of evidence. First question, one of methodology. Q surveys, why are they important here in the assessment of the proposed development?
Well, in order to forecast the future years, you need to understand and validate and calibrate your base year models. Q surveys are an important part of doing that. You should be able to reflect what's happening on the ground with the modelling, and it gives you a better degree of certainty about what the future forecasts if you can do that.
Thank you very much. And then against that general point, turning to the specifics of the Q surveys in this case, what's your assessment of the information which has or has not been provided by the appellant?
Well, it's only been considered for one junction. The information's only been compared at one junction. The airport has said they have looked at it elsewhere, but they've not provided it.
So what do you take from that in terms of your own assessment and indeed the inspector's assessment of the proposed development? What's the consequence of that in your view?
Well, you can have less confidence in the future year forecasts, and given that a lot of these junctions are at or very close to capacity, then that could result in them experiencing very long queues and delays, more so than that are already proposed.
Thank you very much. The next issue that we've got to deal with is the A38 proposed mitigation draw, and you deal with this in the next section 4.5 of your proof of evidence, and you've got to hand, I hope, somewhere either my A3 or your own A3 version. So firstly, can I ask you to explain in broad terms, what are we looking at here when we look at this drawing?
So this is a proposed mitigation scheme on the A38. It includes the main airport access, it includes downside roads, and it includes West Lane. There's capacity improvements and there's additional walking and cycling facilities proposed.
Right, and looking at that information which you have, what's your assessment of the proposed development in respect of that element?
I mean, there are some issues we've identified in terms of geometries, substandard provision, and turning movements which can't be accommodated.
Right, and why are those issues significant in terms of the proposed development?
I mean, the problem with that is that this mitigation scheme doesn't mitigate the impact.
Right, can I ask you to turn up Mr. Witchell's rebuttal proof of evidence at this point, please? He deals with this in a couple of different places. 2.2.9 on page, PDF page 10 is the first place, and you'll be able to read, you don't need to read it out, but you'll read his response on this point, going from 2.2.9 over the page through to 2.2.14. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And can I ask you, second place this appears is I think later on page 11 at 2.2.39. I think we're dealing with the same issue. And you'll be able to read what he says there. Looking at those comments in the round, I won't ask you to read them out, but what's your response to Mr. Witchell's comments in his rebuttal proof of evidence about your criticisms of this drawing and the mitigation provided?
I mean, the general theme is that they can be dealt with at the detailed design stage, but we need to know at the application stage because they have impact on the capacity.
Can you explain why they have an impact on capacity?
Well, there's safety and capacity. One of the junctions, the movements can't be made. The drawings are substandard, and if they were corrected, that would have an impact on capacity. And again, given how close to capacity these junctions are, that could result in it being substandard. And again, safety improvements are likely to be required, which again would have impact on capacity.
Right. Just using the plan, is there any points, I don't know how easy it is for you to identify, it might be one of those tasks where it sounds like a good idea, but it's impossible. Can you identify where on the plan those issues are, or at least describe them in broad terms, so that we know which bits you're talking about before we move on?
I mean, the airport access, primarily it's a safety issue and pedestrians, and then at the West Lane junction, there is issues with the swept path analysis, and throughout on the eastern side, the pedestrian cycleway is substandard.
Right, thank you. Well, we'll come on to a few of those issues now. So the third issue I have under this heading is the swept path analysis, and you deal with this at paragraph 4.6 of your proof of evidence. Start again with the general question. What's the importance of considering the swept path analysis when you're assessing this scheme? Why do you need to do that?
Well, in the context of the proposed improvements, it allows you, it's computer modelling software, it allows you to test if the vehicles can negotiate the junctions safely, if there'll be any collisions with other vehicles or any vulnerable road users, particularly pedestrians.
Right. And can I ask you to explain what material, by way of swept path analysis, has been provided by the appellant, and what's your assessment of that?
We did, some drawings were submitted in Mr. Witchell's proof of evidence, and we've got issues with what that shows.
Right, let's have a look at one of those. I think Appendix D in Mr Whitchell's proof of evidence, which I've got as PDF page 294. I hope that's right, it's a rather long document, but I hope that's... Let me know if you've got that. I think you might have that separately.
Yeah, I've got a copy of that, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So have you got that page 294, I hope? Appendix D, Mr Humphreys. Appendix D. It's, just bear with me. No, it's the electronic and the paper problem. Yeah. They have, yeah. Yeah. It's, just go back to your proof of evidence. It's revision 11, isn't it?
It is.
Mr. Yeah.
There should be a long number starting with C11 and ending in 0467 446789.
Yeah, C1124, SK A38010. Mr. Trollis, you can help me out on this before I go back and forth between the electronic and the paper too many times. No, it's quite all right. Because you've got it's his point. I'll let you explain which one you want to.
This is the articulated lorry swept path, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yes.
it is. So when you're looking at the PDF, Mr. Trollis, I'll ask you just to confirm so we're sure that we're looking at the right document. Yes. Appendix D starts on page 294, Mr. Whitchell's proof of evidence. Can you just tell us which page after that you want to use to explain your point here?
It's West Lane.
West Lane.
Yeah.
So it's probably 1045.
045.
Yeah, great. All there. Mr. Humphreys, have you got that in the paper copy? Yeah. Wonderful. Good. Okay. Right, Mr. Trollis, looking at that document, what's your assessment of the proposed route? What issues do you take with the swept path analysis that we see there?
Well, there's three turning movements shown there. There's a right turn into West Lane. You'll see the red line shows the overhang of the back of the vehicle. It swings out as it makes that right turn, and that's swinging into the middle lane. So any vehicles in that lane could be hit by that. They wouldn't be expecting that manoeuvre, but the trailer could swing into them.
Right, and what's the significance of that then in terms of the performance of this junction?
Well, that's a safety issue. Obviously, that could result in a collision. The left turn into West Lane, you can see as that passes the opposing stop line, it's swinging into the opposing lane, so any vehicle stopped in that lane would also be hit. And then the left turn out, it's overhanging the splitter island, and it's, these obviously symbols showing the traffic lights, but it's touching the post, and obviously there'll be lights attached to that. So that would swing into the signal heads, and those are the fundamental issues there.
Right, thank you very much. Can I ask you then, bearing in mind what you've just said, to go to Mr. Whitchell's rebuttal proof of evidence to see what he says about this? So it's his rebuttal, page 6 at the bottom, starting at paragraph 2.2.15, and run over the page 2.2.18. And we'll see he describes production of the documents, and then bottom of 2.2.17, these drawings demonstrate that all movements at the A38 Bristol Airport roundabout and downside road West Lane junctions can be safely accommodated, or that minor modifications that are a typical part of the detailed design development process can be made to ensure this is the case. What's your response in respect of that?
Well, that's not the case either. I mean, this is dangerous and it's obviously very tight and there's no scope to improve it.
So how far could this be dealt with, as Mr. Witchell says, through detailed design development process?
Well, I don't think it can.
Thank you very much. Right, next issue 4 is road safety audit. So this is your proof of evidence, section 4.7. You explain your concern here in the first sentence of 4.7.2. You say that stage 1 RSA has only been undertaken for option 10 revision 8, not the current proposed drawing, which is revision 11. Therefore, it's not been demonstrated that potential road safety issues have been identified or addressed. Can you explain firstly what changes in the design of the scheme necessitate a revision to the RSA in your view?
The previous revision had a dedicated left turn slip lane. That's been removed. So where before we had 2 lanes merging into one, which had a sort of a natural traffic calming effect, that's now 2 continuous lanes, so that would result in faster traffic. There's 3 lanes exiting the airport, which for a pedestrian crossing there could be ambiguous about which turning movements people are making from which lane. And also the pedestrian crossing has been reinstated, it had been taken out. So that affects the type and the severity of the collisions on the circulatory carriageway and to the pedestrians. So that's quite a significant safety concern and that should be assessed.
Right, and if it were to be assessed, why might that be significant for the proposed development?
Well, that crossing at the moment, it's documented in the road safety audit as being well used and significant traffic flows, pedestrian flows. It is substandard. If that was to be designed, it should be signalised. And again, that would have an impact on the capacity, and that junction is at its practical reserve capacity.
Right, thank you very much. Just doing the same exercise, Mr. Witchell's rebuttal on this point, his 2.2.19 and then paragraphs which follow on from that deal with road safety audit. Firstly, 2.2.21 in the middle of that paragraph, he describes the changes as being relatively minor. How far do you agree with that?
Well, I don't, because the type and the severity of the accidents would be very different.
Right. We then get a description of, in the next paragraph, series of bullet points, the alterations, which we don't need to read out, and then his 2.2.23 through to 2.2.25 dealing with, in his view, the potential resolution of these matters. What's your response to those paragraphs?
Well, again, it's not something that you can do at the detailed design stage. They're fundamental safety issues and they've got an impact on capacity and they need to be determined during the application stage.
Thank you very much. Next issue to deal with, 5th, I think, is the walking, cycling and horse riding assessment. So your paragraph 4.9. This seems to be a similar issue. You explain your 4.9.3 that a witcher, I think that's how we're going to say it, has been undertaken but not provided for the revised drawing. Firstly, why in your view is a revised assessment necessary here?
Again, it's the same issues with the changes to the highway layout. It's the removal of the left turn slip lane, the reinstatement of the pedestrian crossing, the faster traffic and the 2 full lanes which will increase traffic.
Right. And if an assessment was undertaken, in your view, what potential significance would that have for the proposed development?
Well, the WITCHAR should be used to inform the road safety audit and it should be looking at risks and opportunities and it should be informing the design. So without taking that into account, it's not fulfilling its role and if we're trying to maximise sustainable transport, then that's not being achieved.
Thank you. Very quickly then, back to what Mr Whitchell says in response to you. He deals with this at the bottom of his page 10, starting at 2.2.32, and then for the rest of the page. Firstly, his 2.2.34, minor alterations in the design of the stream since revision 9. How far do you agree with that statement?
Again, the same as the road safety audit, they're significant issues.
And then at 2.2.35, Mr Whitchell says that he concludes it's not necessary to undertake an updated, which are at this stage, and if even deemed necessary, would be undertaken as part of the detailed design process. What's your response into that? What, do you agree or not?
No, again, I disagree. I mean, this is to maximise sustainable access and ensure safety, and you can't necessarily incorporate that at the detailed design stage, and that, again, it will have impact on capacity.
Thank you very much. That's walking, cycling and horse riding. The next is the issue of growth scenarios. Take this quite quickly. Ask you firstly to summarise what your concern is in respect of the assessment of the different growth scenarios, please. It's your 4.10 in your proof of evidence.
Well, it's the slower growth that would have an impact. It'd be an extra 4 years of background traffic. It hasn't been assessed, but again, given that the junctions are at or close to capacity, this additional traffic could result in significantly longer queues and delays.
Right. Mr Whitchell's rebuttal on this point, please. He deals with, at the top of his page 11, 2.2.36 through to 2.2.38. Let's take this in stages. 2.2.37, Mr Whitchell says that he's demonstrated as part of the TA and the TA addendum that junctions were already tested under worst case assumptions in the core scenario. Can I have your assessment as to how far that deals with the matter that you're raising?
Well, the main site access roundabout, there's been a new assessment done of that removes some of the traffic and the double counting of the temporary growth, so that's not the case. And the other issue is it may be robust in the other locations, but we need to know what the answer is. It's not helpful to us to say it doesn't work, but it'll be better than this. We need to know, we want to quantify what the impact is.
Thank you. So, insofar as it might be put to you that you can rely on the assessment that's been undertaken and described there, how far would you accept that is an approach which can be adopted?
Well, we can't rely on it. We don't know how it's going to perform.
Thank you. And then the second part of this response, 2.2.38, Mr Whitchell says that he's demonstrated that the slower growth scenario would only have a very small, almost negligible impact on traffic flows. He doesn't believe that warrants further testing. What's your response to that, please?
Well, a negligible increase in flows, that could be the difference because we're so close to capacity. That could be the difference between the junction performing a lot worse and the queues and delays being a lot longer.
Right, thank you very much. So final topic within this part, which is what you've described as the outstanding technical concerns, and this relates to a number of junctions. So I'm going to ask you to take these in turn, please, Mr Trollis. Let's start with junction 1. This is your full junction 1. I think is how it's been labelled in the TA and the TAA. So this is proof of evidence paragraph 4.12. Asked you firstly to summarise what your concern is about the proposed development in this regard.
As we've discussed already, there's substandard shared use pedestrian and cycle routes on the eastern side of the A38. There's concerns about the levels difference. Obviously it's being widened and it's lower where it's being widened to, and there's no evidence that what's being proposed can be achievable in terms of retaining walls and the gradients there. There's capacity issues in the addendum TA. It exceeded the acceptable capacity thresholds. That has been updated. But again, we haven't got the slower growth scenario.
Right. Mr Whitchell's response to this at 2.2.39 and through to 2.2.50. I know you've already made comment about those paragraphs already, but is there anything you want to add in respect of what he says there about this part of your proof of evidence in particular?
So I could have the paragraph reference?
2.2.39, Mr Whitchell's rebuttal.
No, I mean, there's agreement that the footway cycleway is substandard. The levels differences, there is a CAD file that we've got, it's a 2D CAD file. There's limited levels information there, so we can't determine how that's been accounted for. The acceptable capacity thresholds, Mr Whitchell's is saying they're subjective, but once they exceed that threshold, the junction does deteriorate very quickly, the queues and delays increase significantly. And given the context and the importance of reliable journey times, then that's problematic. And then he goes on to look at further testing for the junction. The double counting's been removed, but also the number of vehicles entering the airport at each junction have been updated, but there's no justification, there's no calculations behind that, so we can't check that.
Right. Next junction we've got to deal with is junction 4. You deal with this in the next section, 4.13 of your proof of evidence. You've extracted on page 28 of your proof of evidence figure 4.1. Can I ask you firstly to explain why have you extracted that figure and what does it show for the purposes of your assessment?
And that was a concern with the access to Lilac Cottages, which is the minor road opposite the downside lane. Having looked at that in more detail on the CAD file, that is actually an improvement, so that's no longer a concern.
Thank you. Are there any parts of this junction which remain a concern and which ones are there?
Yeah, again, it's the substandard pedestrian and cycle width. It's the levels difference again and whether it's achievable.
Thank you. And then this is dealt with back to Mr Whitchell's rebuttal. He deals with this at 2.2.51 and then it goes through over a number of pages, in fact, on this junction through to 2.2.70. Can I ask for your response to what's said?
Sorry, I've overlooked one issue, which was the capacity and the fact that the pedestrians and the cyclists haven't been assessed in the crossing.
Right, can you just explain that issue then? What's the significance of that?
Well, obviously we're trying to maximise sustainable access to the airport and we're improving walking and cycling routes, but they've not been taken into account in the junction modelling, and obviously when pedestrians and cyclists are crossing, that stops traffic. Given that it's so close to capacity, again, that's a concern. It may well get to that threshold where it increases exponentially and the queues and delays become very long.
Right. And then we get a number of points made in response in Mr Whitchell's rebuttal proof of evidence. So he starts at 2.2.51, goes through to 2.2.56, where he concludes it does not raise safety concerns. Your response in respect of the matters that he sets out in those paragraphs, please?
I mean, part of the justification for that is that the existing walking and cycling levels are very low, 5 pedestrians and no cyclists, but that, I mean, that contradicts what's identified in the road safety audit, but also that's the existing provision. It doesn't take account for the growth as the airport increases, and also it doesn't take account of these improved facilities and the additional pedestrians and cyclists that could be using it.
Thank you very much. And then reading on, we get Mr Whitchell's response at 2.2.57 in terms of the levels, and that runs through for a number of paragraphs over the page of 2.2.62. Your response in respect of that, please?
Again, it's the same issue. We've got a 2D CAD model, limited heights, so we can't check that.
Thank you. We get the Lilac Cottages issue you already touched on. We don't need to dwell on that any longer, but then we get to capacity, which is his 2.2.65 through to the end of this section. What's your response in respect of what Mr Witchell says there about the capacity at this junction.
Again, it's the same issue that if we're maximising it and we do achieve additional pedestrians and cyclists, it is going to have an impact on capacity, and we need to quantify that to know how the junction's working.
Thank you. Right. The next junction we've got to deal with is at your 4.14, the A38 West Lane. You've extracted two figures here, in fact three, sorry. Can you just explain and use them insofar as it helps you, what your concerns are around this junction, please?
Yes, this is to do with the lane continuity. So when it exits the junction, the lane's reduced down to 1. There's a distance quoted in DMRB of 100 metres. This is a capacity issue and a safety issue. It's been measured incorrectly in the drawings. It's quoted as 100 metres when actually it's only 60 metres. They've not measured from where the lane width reduces. They've done it from the intervisibility zone.
So just looking then at figure 7.10.1, can you just explain?
Yes, so where the dimension is where the recommended distance of 100 metres is, you can see that starts at the beginning of where the road narrows, and in the proposals it doesn't. The box which is around the island is the intervisibility zone, but it doesn't actually start there in the proposed drawing, it starts beyond that.
Thank you very much. Then turning over the page, the issue of merge length. Is there anything you want to add around that?
So that shows a significant length of 2 lanes from the junction. In the rebuttal, they've actually revisited this. They've reduced the dashed line so the merge starts sooner. It's still substandard, it's 85 metres rather than 100. But the impact of that is that vehicles are less likely to use the outside lane, because if they know they've got to merge straight after the junction, they won't see the benefit in doing that, and they stick to the near side lane. And when you take that into account in the capacity modelling, that reduces the capacity.
Right, and what's the significance of that then for this junction in terms of...
Well, again, this is very close to capacity. There's no pedestrians or cyclists accommodated, and when you take all of those into account, that will be at its practical capacity, and again, queues and delays could extend significantly then.
Thank you. And then the third part of this junction, I think, is the splitter island, and we've got another figure that you've extracted over the page 31. Can you just explain what your concern is with respect to the splitter island?
Yeah, this splitter island's on the alignment of the curb line through the junction. It should be set back by 1.5 metres to avoid any collisions. That hasn't, I mean, that is agreed with the appellants. That should happen, but from the swept path analysis, that can't actually be accommodated anywhere else.
So what's the significance of that then for the operation of this junction?
Well, that would have to be removed, and that has an impact on where you can site the signals.
Right. And what approaches have to be adopted then to the signals?
Well, a couple of approaches have been suggested. One was to move the island, but that's not possible. And then the alternative was a cantilever pole over the road, but we haven't been shown where that would be, or how that could be accommodated, or what the visibility sight lines to that would be. And also the other issue is the foundations are quite significant, so whether they can be accommodated or not.
Thank you. Right, well, I think you've dealt with the points of rebuttal as you've gone along there, so we don't need to go to the rebuttal proof of evidence. Next junction, please, is junction 6. This is your proof of evidence, paragraph 4.16. There's a shorter section here. Can I ask you to summarise shortly what your concern is around this junction?
When this is the Barrow Lane junction, it already experiences long queues and delays in the order of a queue of half a kilometre, which is, I mean, it's very significant. Whilst the airport traffic, it doesn't increase on Barrow Lane, there's over 200 vehicles an hour that pass it, so that reduces the gaps for vehicles to get out, and that's going to have an effect on, that's going to reduce the capacity, and that's going to increase the queues and delays even further.
Right, can I ask you to pick up the rebuttal proof of evidence on this, please? It starts at 2.2.88. And principal response we have here is in 2.2.89. Any capacity improvements to Barrow Lane could lead to negative outcomes by promoting rat running on this route and increased delays to A38 strategic traffic. Some traffic using this route is more likely to reassign to an alternative route if such long queues actually arose. What do you say in respect to that response?
Well, if there was a queue of half a kilometre, you wouldn't use it as a rat run. That's obviously not going to increase your journey time. And also, that route is required by some of the local villages. And if it were to reroute, that's going to have an impact on other junctions, and that should be assessed.
Right. And if you did that assessment, what's the potential significance for the proposed development?
Well, again, because these junctions are at or close to capacity, any increase in traffic could result in that experiencing a lot longer queues and delays.
Thank you very much. And then the final junction we need to do under this is junction 7, and you address this over the page, all 4.1.7 in your proof of evidence. Can I ask you to explain what your concern is around this junction, please?
Yes, this is a signalised roundabout, and the results of the analysis show that the queues exceed the lane lengths, and the trouble with a signalised roundabout when that happens is that blocks the opposing movement, so the whole roundabout could be gridlocked. Right.
The response here is in the rebuttal at 2.2.91 and 2.2.92. And we get figure 2.1, which is relied upon, and we're told that the maximum queues which you state would block the roundabout are simply, quote, moving queues of traffic discharging during a green wave on the roundabout. The peak queues are there for a matter of seconds, are fully discharged, brackets cleared during each green wave. Entry and circulating green phases are synchronised to ensure that the main traffic flows are not arriving at internal stop lines when a red signal is displayed, so no blocking will occur. What's your response to that?
Again, this is new information that we've had, but it's the first graph there. It does show what's technically referred to as a slither queue, and the bottom axis is time, and you can see there is a slither there. It's a thin line. That's cars joining the back of the queue, but as they join the back of the queue, the car in front moves away. So it's a queue that's only there momentarily. But then if you go to the lane 2.2 and lane 8.2, these are not slither queues. These are several vehicles in the queue, and they do have the potential to block back and cause that roundabout not to work.
So how far does this data resolve the concern that you've raised?
It's part of the answer, but it's also, you need to know what's happening on the other lanes to see how the queues interact.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's everything on part 2, the surface access infrastructure. Let's turn now, please, to parking. I want to work through a series of matters that you've raised here. Firstly, your proof of evidence, please, 5.2.3. This is the question of historic ratio of supply to demand. Can I ask you to explain what the concern is that you have around that ratio?
I mean, the problem here is that we don't have the calculations or the analysis to be able to check it. Subsequently, we have been provided with some data from 2017, but actually the addendum parking study is based on 3 years' worth of data. So we don't have that. We're not able to assess if that's been done correctly and how it has been done.
And what's the significance of whether or not that ratio has been applied correctly?
I mean, this is used to quantify the total parking supply that's required, and it's linked back to the traffic generation. It's also linked back to the amount of sustainable transport and the impact in the green belt in providing those parking spaces.
Thank you. The next paragraph, 5.2 sorry, I'm giving you entirely the wrong, entirely the wrong reference. Sorry. We were dealing before with ratio, but the next issue to deal with is that of the CAA 2019 surveys. This is your 5.2.4 and your 5.2.5. What's the concern that you have in this regard?
Well, we've got two different quantities of sustainable mode share. That's quite a significant difference between the two. And again, we haven't got the calculations, we haven't seen how this has been incorporated into the analysis. And again, this could make a big reduction in the amount of parking that is required.
Thank you. Can I ask you to turn up then, please, the rebuttal proof of evidence on this point? (2.3.6) and 2.3.7 is where this is addressed. In respect of the CAA data being taken on, can I ask you for your response in respect of those paragraphs, please?
I mean, it is stated that the mode share is been updated to 2018-19 parking data, but again, we haven't got the calculations, we can't see how that's been done.
Right, thank you. And you see the reference there to power 1.2 of the update. Can I ask you to turn up, please, the update? This is at CD 2.23.
So this is the
parking demand study update, please, yeah.
Yeah.
Paragraph 1.2 is on page 3 of that document.
Sorry, which paragraph?
1.2 in the middle of that page. And the CAA passenger survey is referred to in the final line of that paragraph. Do you see that?
Sorry, I think I've got the wrong document.
No, take your time. So it's the addendum parking demand study, which is CD 2.23.
Yeah, wrong one. Yeah.
And page 3 of that,
Yeah.
you see the reference there to the CAA passenger survey 2019?
Yes.
Yeah. Can I ask you then, please, to turn over to page 5, table 1, updates to forecast and model inputs.
Yes.
And we have a number of different inputs. So on the second page, page 6, the final line, we have CAA passenger survey. Do you see that?
Yeah.
You see the final column, the update of the CAA passenger survey data impacts the forecast and model in 2 ways. Do you see there? Update to group size and the update to key demographics will impact the likelihood to park in the forecast and model.
Sorry, this is the bottom.
Yeah, the bottom row, page 6, CAA passenger survey, column 3.
Yeah.
You see the ways in which it's been taken into account.
Yeah.
And bearing that in mind and what you see there, can I ask you to go back, please, to your proof of evidence. And the part we were just looking at, which is 5.2.4, 5.2.5.
Yep.
Yeah. Having seen how the CAA passenger data is being used in table figure 3, I think it was, in the addendum PDS, how far does that respond to the concern that you've expressed in 5.2.4 and 5.2.5 around the mode share?
Well, again, we haven't seen the calculations or the analysis. If that is what has happened, then that's fine, but we don't have the evidence for that.
Thank you. Right, the next issue which you raise at 5.3, you raise what you describe as technical concerns. So if we work through these in turn, please. 5.3.1 is the question of operational utilisation. What's your concern in respect to this issue, please?
Well, the airport has assumed a 95% operational utilisation, and that's 5% spare capacity to search for spaces, to turn over the spaces. But the issue here is that this is a long stay car park. It's pre-booked and it's manually block parked, so it's very easy to predict when your cars are arriving, and it can be managed very efficiently, so you shouldn't need so much spare capacity.
And if it's said to you, well, in practical terms, you suggest a much higher level. You say 5.3.4 at or very close to 100% occupancy. If it's said to you, well, that's just not practical, what's your response to that, bearing in mind how the parking operates at Bristol Airport?
Well, there is a silver zone reception area there with 1,000 parking spaces. I think it's about 1,000, which should be able to accommodate all those operational issues.
So, bearing that in mind, how far would your suggested level of occupancy be practical or not?
Well, I think 100% should be very practical.
Thank you very much. The next issue, page 37, is demand to capacity ratio. Can I ask you to explain, please, what your concern is here?
Again, we don't have a full explanation of what's happened or the analysis, so we can't check how it's been done.
And what's the significance of that when we come to consider the appellant's assessment of the proposal?
Again, it depends how it's been applied to the calculations, but at one point it was an operational utilisation of 89%. If that's been taken forward, then you've got 11% spare capacity that you don't require.
Right. And your point here around demand to capacity is responded to in Mr. Witchell's rebuttal, his para 2.3.13 and following. He provides some further detail, I think it would be fair to say, about what's been undertaken. Bearing in mind that further detail, how much further forward are you as to the assessment that's been undertaken by the appellant?
Again, we don't have the analysis. We can't check it. We can't see how that's been accommodated.
So, in terms of the significance of that for this assessment, does that lead you to the same or a different conclusion?
It's the same conclusion. There's, a good chance that there is too much capacity that's not required, and that would increase the impact on the highway, doesn't require so much sustainable transport, and requires more parking spaces than are necessary.
Thank you very much. The next issue you raise, your 5.3.9, back in your proof of evidence, the growth in parking provision relative to passenger numbers. Can I ask you to explain what your concern is around this issue?
Yes, the number of parking spaces is growing at a rate greater than the number of passengers, which isn't sustainable, obviously, but also it's not consistent with the way the transport assessment has been assessed.
Right. Sustainable transport mode share is the next topic we have to cover. Your 5.3.11. I'm going to ask you a series of questions here. Firstly, what's your concern around the mode share approach that's been used by the appellant?
I mean, the problem is that there's a big discrepancy between the bus ticket data and the CAA data. We don't know which one is correct and how it's been assessed in the analysis.
Which of those two, in your view, would generally be the most robust approach to adopt?
The most robust would be to have the higher mode share, because that reduces the number of parking, reduces the trip generation, and increases the sustainable transport, which we're trying to maximise.
Thank you very much. Now, before we leave this, Mr. Whitchell's comes back in his rebuttal proof of evidence on this. Here's 2.3.24 through to 2.3.28. And there's a number of points to deal with here. Firstly, how far does this response and explanation answer the concern that you have?
Again, without the analysis, we can't check it. It states that the mode shift is inherent in the analysis, but we don't know how that's been done.
We'll come back to Mr. Whitchell's 2.3.28 in a moment when we deal with public transport. So just park that for one moment, please. I want to deal finally with parking in terms of unofficial off-site parking. The parking demand surveys refer to low-cost parking within the airport, provided by the airport that is, having a beneficial effect on unofficial off-site parking. How far do you think such a beneficial effect is going to be realised here?
I think that the off-site unofficial car parking is always going to undercut the low-cost parking, so I don't see there's any particular benefit there.
And have you seen any evidence from the appellant which indicates what sort of pricing levels would be needed or required from their own car parking in order to have a beneficial impact as opposed to off-site car parking?
No, I've not seen that.
A linked issue, off-site car parking, we've also got off-site waiting, those who are, for example, picking up passengers. And we've heard about that in respect of the Common and various other different local locations. Insofar as that's a problem, how far is low-cost car parking going to be a solution for those sorts of issues that we've heard about?
They wouldn't address those issues. I mean, that's a parking issue, whereas, you know, these are drop-offs and taxi trips, so they're not looking to park. That problem's just going to get worse as the airport grows and there are more passengers.
Thank you. Right, public transport mode share then, please, part 4. The first issue we have is we've got two different data sets, the CAA data and BAL data. Can I ask you firstly to explain the differences there between those two data sets and what that means in terms of the robustness of the assessment?
I mean, the problem is we've got a difference between 12.5% and 21.8%. That provides uncertainty. We don't know which one is correct or what the actual number is. And in order to maximise sustainable transport, you need to understand the existing situation.
Now, in terms of how this is used, it's been suggested a number of different places by the appellant that there could be a process of rebasing, or especially when it comes to monitoring future targets, for example. How much is that an approach which resolves the issue that you've highlighted?
I mean, it's part of the issue, but until we can understand what's actually happening, we can't determine what's possible and how you maximise it.
Now, in terms of the assessment of public transport mode share and what can be achieved, you'll recall national aviation policy referred to the need for an ambitious target. What sort of assessment would you expect to see in setting those targets?
I mean, you'd expect a thorough study with the analysis, looking at, you know, the existing patronage, looking at the different fare stages where the services are popular, where they might need to be rerouted, looking at the unmet demand, detailed analysis of the staff postcode data, the shift times, looking at ticket prices, and yeah, a real detailed assessment and analysis that could be quantified so we can see what can be achieved.
And what sort of assessment have you seen, bearing in mind those things that you'd hope to see? What have you seen from the appellant?
Well, we've just got experience and historic knowledge which is used to assess it at a very high level.
I want to think now about some of the initiatives that have been raised, and you deal with this in your proof of evidence towards the end of your final section. You refer proof of evidence paragraph 6.3 to what you refer to as additional opportunities. Can you explain what are the additional opportunities that you think need to be taken in respect to the proposed development?
Yeah, well, there's appears to be unmet staff demand in the Mendips and Sedgemoor areas. Again, Cheddar, Wells, Shepton Mallet, Midsummer Norton and Chew Valley, there all seem to be opportunities there that have been missed. There's a proposed mass transit scheme which could be used to, I mean, that would be a big step change in what could be achieved. A local congestion charge could be looked at, the various measures that haven't been considered.
And have you seen any robust assessment of those measures as to whether or not they could assist here?
No.
Now, in this regard, your proof of evidence 6.4.3, you say that the mode share targets have not been updated to reflect the latest CAA sustainable mode share data and therefore are not ambitious enough. It's considered at least an additional 5% should be achievable to maximise sustainable mode share. Can I ask you please to explain what's your reasoning for the conclusion that you reach in that paragraph?
Yes, if I can turn to Mr. Mitchell's proof of evidence, table 6.6 and page 62, there is some high level analysis of what can be achieved. There's two scenarios, scenario 1 and 2. There are a lot of assumptions in here. There's lots of capping of numbers, which, I mean, that doesn't help you maximise what's possible. They've put some numbers to some of the measures. The bus frequency improvements, they've quoted 1.97%. That's scenario 1. Actually, if you looked at scenario 2, that's 3.1%. That would bring your total from 2.9 up to 4.1%. But they haven't considered the impact of the public transport interchange. They haven't looked at what difference the publicity in a marking programme could make, or the pricing controls, or the impact of the community concession fare system, how that could be improved. It doesn't take into account the workplace travel plan. It doesn't take into account the improvements from the A4 Air Decker to Bath service, or the 216 or the 404. Those are the national express services to South Wales and Devon and Cornwall. Those can all be improved. Those will all have an impact, and in total that should bring that 4.1% to well above 5%.
Thank you very much. Now, a couple of points just to tidy up, please, at the end of this, which have come up a number of times. In fact, one cropped up this morning. Phasing of parking, surface parking, MSCP, car parking. Can I have your view as to the consequences of phasing in pure highways terms? So by that I mean in terms of the parking that needs to be provided.
In terms of highways, it's not a significant issue. It's whether it's accessed off one junction or the other. doesn't make much difference as long as it's considered in its total, which it has been.
Right. Now, leave aside Greenbelt matters, which Mr Gertler will have the pleasure of later. But sticking with the practicalities of providing surface and MSCP car parking, have you seen any evidence in terms of cost which indicates that surface car parking needs to be delivered before MSCP car parking?
No.
Have you seen any evidence that delivering MSCP first would be unviable?
No.
So, insofar as there may be other Greenbelt reasons which you're not going to consider for phasing MSCP before surface car parking, are there any restrictions that you're aware of from a highways perspective on that phasing?
No, there wouldn't be any issues with that.
Thank you very much. Finally, in terms of staff travel, we've heard about the need to improve staff access from South Bristol and Weston-super-Mare. Can I ask for your views about how far the assessment that you've seen from the appellant show those necessary improvements?
There's no detail about that. I mean, there are services, but the problem is they're infrequent and the journey times are very long, so there's big opportunity to improve those, and it's not been considered.
And the consequence then for a member of staff working shifts, needing to travel from those areas, how feasible is public transport for those members of staff?
It becomes very unattractive. It may be possible if their shift times coordinate, but the likelihood is they'll look to drive instead.
Right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Collis. That's everything from me for now.
Thank you.
Right, I think we'll take a short break. I've just got a quick question, and if it's okay, I'll ask it now, and then we'll come back for cross-examination, which I think we're probably going to have to split, are we? Or do you think Mr. Humphreys will get... What's your...
I suspect we'll split it.
Yes, okay, fine. Mr. Collis, throughout that, I heard a lot of, they haven't looked at this, they haven't done this, we haven't seen this. I think, repeatedly through your evidence. Given the lead-in time to this inquiry and that you're the council's transport consultant, why haven't you done that? Why aren't you bringing any positive evidence to this inquiry?
And I mean, a lot of it's to do with patronage and occupancy details. We don't have that information. We've requested.
What about junction assessments? Could you not have done those?
We could have replicated them, but we can see what the results are going to be.
Because you're asking us to refuse this planning application, but you're not bringing any... I hear all your criticisms, but you're not bringing us anything else, an alternative to look at.
No, we're not. The appellants are the applicants. We'd expect them to provide that information.
Okay, right. Let's leave it there then. Half an hour, a bit less. Half an hour. Yeah. Okay. Let's come back then at 4:45. The inquiry is now adjourned. Thank you. Okay, it's 3:45. The inquiry is now resumed. Mr. Humphreys, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Mr. Collis, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Collis, going back to the pre-application period, first of all, Atkins were not advising at that time, were they? As you tell us, you were approached in July 2020.
No, we weren't, no.
And the council during that period leading up to the application had had two sets of consultants, WSP and then Jacobs.
Correct, yes.
Both very large, experienced highway consultancies.
Yep.
And we will go through it, but those consultancies were both content, weren't they, with the design, as were the highway authority officers?
They were, that was their conclusion.
And in Mr. Witchell's proofs of evidence, just to go through it, he goes through in some detail, it's his section 5.1, look it up if you want to, but there's no particular need. He goes through the very extensive set of pre-application discussions that the airport had with the council's officers and its consultants, and those included, didn't they, early scoping discussions in June, July, August 2018. Yeah. A TA scoping report submitted and a meeting to discuss the same in September 2018, is that right?
Yeah.
We reached agreement with the council and Highways England on the study area, the parameters, the assessment approach, agreement to base the TA forecasts on a certain mode share. All that was agreed, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
Post-submission, there was sensitivity testing undertaken at the request of the council and its consultants, January 2019. Yeah. And neither NSC or it was Jacobs at that point, Jacobs raised any issues with the methodologies or the results, did they? Or at least where they did, they were resolved?
Yeah, there were issues that were raised, but they were resolved to their satisfaction.
Yes. There were then further meetings prior to submission prior to decision in November 2019.
Yep.
And we can agree, can't we, that the approach that the airport took, which had been agreed with NSC and Highways England, was then used in the transport assessment?
It was, yes.
And the same methodology, obviously post-decision, was used in the transport assessment addendum?
It was, yes.
Yes. I mean, we can look at that if you want to. I have all the references for this, but I'm trying not to be tiresome about it. If we want to understand what the highway authorities officers thought following this very extensive predetermination consultation, we can look at the officers' report. That's document CD 4.11. We will look at that, please. And again, I'm not going to take you to everything, so CD 4.11. But first I'll take you to PDF page 93. Do you see that? PDF page 93. And it starts with a sort of half paragraph there. Considers forecasting flight, and the next full paragraph about halfway through, just over halfway through that larger paragraph, we see officers consider the scope and methodology used to project additional traffic between 10 million and 12 million is acceptable. I'm trying to take you to edited highlights rather than everything, and if we look at PDF page 99, just to see what the overall position was, so PDF page 99,
Yep.
and just above the subheading in the middle of the page there, just above that, overall, it is therefore concluded that the proposed development would not have an unacceptable effect in terms of vehicle trip numbers and impacts subject to the mitigation outlined above. This accords with policy CS10 of the CS of the core strategy and DM24. So, and you know, we could go on through other parts, but the officers also considered, didn't they, the mitigation works, the highway improvement works, both appropriate and proportionate.
They did, yes.
And then there was a further officers' report that we ought to just look at. Can we look at CD 4.13? This is the officers' report that in March 2020, so there'd been the initial decision, and then they came back a few weeks later to consider reasons for refusal. And in this, could we just look at PDF page 7? And we're in a section here on reason 7, and a paragraph that starts, "It should be noted." Do you see that around the middle of the page?
Yes, I've got that, yep.
It should be noted, however, that the evidence in the transport assessment, which has been examined and challenged in depth by the Council as Highway Authority, in conjunction with its independent consultants, does not support a conclusion that a safe or suitable access cannot be achieved, nor does it support a conclusion that the increase in traffic volumes, congestion and parking on the local road would have a severe impact. As set out in the February committee report, a range of measures are proposed to mitigate the impacts of the development on the transport network. And so, complete agreement, wasn't there, between both the airport, its consultants, and the Highways Authority officers and its consultants, that both the methodology for assessing the highway impacts and the design of the mitigation and the resulting residual effects were completely acceptable.
They were, yes.
Now let's look, I want to look in a moment at the decision notice. So that's document 4.16. And before we look at the wording, sorry, just let you get it. Do you have it?
I have, yeah.
Thank you. Before we look at it, I'm just going to read to you something from the Development Management Procedure Order 2015. So I'm going to take it slowly, but you'll probably be familiar with it when I get to it. It's Article 35(1)(b). It said, when a local authority give notice of a decision or determination on an application for planning permission or for approval of reserved matters, that's one, and then B, where planning permission is refused, the notice must state clearly and precisely their full reasons for the refusal, specifying all policies and proposals in the development plan which are relevant to the decision. So that's the legal obligation on the council. Okay? Now, when we look at the reasons for refusal, CD 4.16, we can note that the council, and this is now the members, in the reasons for refusal they approved, there is no mention, is there, of the A38 junction improvements, or that they are of an inadequate design?
No, that level of detail's not there.
No, and yet, of course, it has to be, because they must be clearly and precisely set out as full reasons, mustn't they?
Based on, yes, on that policy.
But it's not a policy, it's the law. And they make no mention of that. They make no mention, do they, of the traffic modelling being in any way inadequate? No mention of that.
No, these are all factors which form part of the surface access strategy, but
Yes.
they're not mentioned specifically.
No, well, they may be part of the surface access strategy, but there's no mention, is there, that the surface access strategy is inadequate?
The highway infrastructure is inadequate, and that's mentioned.
Well, what it talks about in reason for refusal 1 is would have an adverse impact on an inadequate surface access infrastructure. It talks nothing about the mitigation that's proposed. That's talking about the existing surface access.
Agreed, yes.
Yes. There's nothing about a travel plan. There is a specific travel plan policy, isn't there? DM26.
There is, yes.
I think you even mentioned it.
Yep.
Yeah. Not mentioned in the reason for refusal, is it?
It isn't, not specifically.
Well, not even vaguely.
No, it's not listed.
And yet there's a legal requirement. There's no other technical reason for refusal, is there, around the assessment of the highway's impact?
There isn't, no.
There's no mention, for example, of accessibility or inclusivity or anything of that sort, or any of the policies that specifically relate to that?
No, the policies are referred to, but not that detail.
No. Now, of course, you in your evidence have raised points on all of those things.
I have, yes.
And of course, the inspectors may have to consider whether the council is now, through you, acting reasonably on this topic, or whether you have wasted our time.
Yes, that's for the inspectors to decide.
Because the council didn't raise any of these things, which are very extensively now canvassed in your evidence, did they?
No, they've not listed that level of detail.
No. Now, Mr. Henderson very helpfully took you through the 4 main parts of your evidence. And he started with policy. And he took you to, in your paragraph 3.2.5, you mentioned those 4 themes of policy, and much of this, it's not a criticism, much of this relates to parts of the airport policy framework or Beyond the Horizon or Aviation 2050 and so on, which the inspectors have heard quite a lot of. So, and then you go on to the MPPF, and again, the inspectors heard quite a lot of that. So I'm not going to cross-examine you on those broadest themes. I can take them up if I need to with Mr. Gertler, the planning witness, but I may come back to particular individual things, but I'm not going to go through that in detail. I will just, with local plan policy, I will just pick up, if you'll forgive me, 1 or 2 details, really, of the local plan policy that you took us through. But again, I'll leave most of that for Mr. Gertler. You took us in the core strategy, which I think we have in more than one place, but I think CD 5.6 is probably the best one. That's the one that Mr. Henderson used anyway. So let's have CD 5.6 open. And policy CS1, which is on PDF page 24, this is the policy generally on addressing climate change and carbon reduction. And I'm going to leave aside things to do with aviation carbon and so on. That's not for you, but in terms of surface access, we know, don't we, from the draft Carbon and Climate Change Action Plan, it's section 7 of it, but we perhaps don't need to look at it. We can if you want to, that the airport already has a number of commitments, doesn't it, in relation to surface access, which include, obviously, currently offsetting road journeys.
They do, yes.
And there are other commitments. I hope that's not me. No, it's not. There are other commitments, aren't there, to review drop-off charges to try and discourage drop-offs, and that's particularly important, isn't it? Because drop-offs and indeed taxis are almost double trips, because you go to the airport and back to drop off, and you then go to the airport and back to pick up. And that, again, in terms of reducing carbon, is an appropriate strategy, isn't it?
It's part of a strategy, yes.
Part of a strategy, and we'll obviously come to it later, but the airport also has, we can argue if we need to about the extent of it, but has a public transport mode share commitment, which will be delivered through the airport surface access strategy, which will be secured by the Section 106 agreement.
It does, yes.
And it's clear, isn't it, that as a matter of principle, the airport has been and is continuing to take steps to minimize the climate change effects of surface access to the airport. There's a range of strategy measures.
Yes, it is taking steps, but obviously what's required is to maximise those.
And we can, of course, talk about those later, and the inspectors will form their own view. Policy CS10, and again, I'm not going to go through all of it, I'm just trying to pick up the surface access points with you. So that's PDF page 57. This is about transportation and movement, and it identifies a number of things that transport schemes should do. And the first bullet point is enhance facilities for pedestrians. Now, whatever else one might say, the facilities that are being proposed for pedestrians are better than exist at the moment, aren't they? They are.
There are additional facilities. There is an improvement.
Yes. And two, deliver better local bus. Again, we may quibble about whether more should be done, but the proposals do have a commitment to deliver better local bus.
They do. That satisfies this policy.
And the next one is a little bit, in a sense, more vague, but develop innovative and adaptable approaches to public transport in the rural areas. Certainly, a number of those bus routes we know are designed to serve the rural areas.
Yes.
The next one, improve road and personal safety. And again, you may have criticisms about the scheme, but it's clear, isn't it, that the proposed scheme does improve safety as against the existing situation.
In some aspects do, but I've said what my concerns are, and I have got significant safety concerns.
Okay. And mitigate against increased traffic congestion. Again, the A38 improvements do reduce congestion against the existing situation.
In some parts, other parts, we've demonstrated that's not achievable. The scheme can't be achieved, so that's still to be determined.
We can come back and obviously discuss that. Now, subject to the view the inspectors form about those points, the policy, if they think we have achieved those things, the policy, if we look at the beginning of this policy, travel management policies and development proposals that encourage and improve an integrated transport network and allow for a wider choice of modes, such as means of access to jobs, homes, services and facilities, will be encouraged and supported. So if the inspectors, just as the highway officers, think that we have in fact met those various criteria, this is a policy of support for the proposal, isn't it?
It is, yes.
And policy CS 23, that's on PDF, page 97. This is the Bristol Airport policy. And again, I'm not going to go into the policy in detail, but I just want to pick up some of the highway aspects of it with you. The proposals for the development of Bristol Airport will be required to demonstrate, and then these words, satisfactory resolution of environmental issues, including the impact of growth on surrounding communities and surface access infrastructure. Now, it's satisfactory resolution that I want to understand with you. Can we, I said I wasn't going to go through some of the national policies, but I also said I would make a little exception to that, and I'm going to do that now. To understand what might be a satisfactory resolution in surface access terms, could we go to the NPPF? And we have that as the latest version of CD 5.8.1. And I want to go to paragraph 111, which is on page 32. I imagine you're pretty familiar with that paragraph.
Yeah.
Development should only be prevented or refused on highway grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety. So it's not any impact, it's an unacceptable impact on highway safety, or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network would be severe. And we've heard that word come up in several contexts. Mr. Young used it himself, and that's, you can see where that came from. So as far as highway flows, effects on junctions, if we want to understand what a satisfactory resolution of the issues are for surface access purposes, it's pretty clear, isn't it, from the MPF, that it would be, is there a residual cumulative impact on the road network that would be severe?
It is, yes.
And subject to that, development should not then be prevented or refused on highway grounds.
Correct.
So that is the test, or certainly one of the tests that the inspectors, you would invite them to apply when looking at your evidence.
Yes, and of course highway safety is part of that.
And highway safety is there too. The other policy that you mention in your paragraph 3.2.17 is DM26, travel plans, but as we've agreed, that's not a policy mentioned in the reason for refusal, despite the legal requirement to mention all relevant policies.
No, it's not mentioned.
And that wasn't something that the Highway Authority officers thought was a concern, was it? They were very happy to make that subject to conditional section 106.
They did, but obviously I've come to a different view.
Of course, but a view different from the council members' view, because they didn't include it in the reason for refusal.
No.
I'll just touch on briefly one other element of plans and policy. The joint local transport plan, we've got that as CD 7.5. Could we just touch on that one? So joint local transport plan 4, so CD 7.5, do you have it? And in that document, perhaps we could turn to a PDF, page 20. It's one of those documents, I think, that has sort of double pages, so there's a big difference between the PDF pages and the proper page numbers.
Sorry, Mr. Humphreys, what number was that?
PDF page 20, sir,
Yeah.
and sort of proper hard copy page 38. And we can see there the text. This is all about working with the airport to maximize the airport's transport connectivity as a local, sub-regional and regional transport interchange. It talks about the airport. The third paragraph tells us that regardless of expansion plans, improving connectivity to Bristol Airport is crucial. In particular, we will work to increase public transport in the short term with improvements to bus and coach services serving the airport, and in the long term through a high-frequency mass transit corridor. So what we know is that whether or not the airport expands, the various authorities, the joint local transport plan authorities, are themselves, quite separately from the airport, going to be doing what they can to improve connectivity, public transport connectivity to the airport.
They will, yes.
We can note, of course, that in the short term, they have concluded, as we have concluded, that that should be through buses and coaches.
Yes.
And as they also point out, it's only in the longer term that they are looking at a mass transit corridor.
Yes, I mean, that longer term does correspond with the year of the 12 million passenger numbers.
And if we go on to PDF page 87, and here we look at the right-hand page, so PDF page 87, but actual page 173. we see the early investment schemes under development for Bristol Southwest Economic Link, multimodal corridor between the M5 and the airport, South Bristol, Bristol City Centre, and down to the bullet points, the second of them is the A38 online improvement between the A368 to Bristol Airport along the downside road junction improvements, A38 widening at Bristol Airport. And we know that the authority has been consulting, hasn't it, on improvements along the A38. Are you the consultants on that?
We're not, no,
But the council has been
yes, yeah.
consulting on that. And those improvements along the A38, including, of course, the improvements being proposed by Bristol Airport at this inquiry, are supported by the council, aren't they?
They do form the basis of their mitigation scheme. Obviously, they're at outline business stage, so it's an early stage, and of course, they don't have to accommodate the additional airport traffic in their scheme.
Yes, but their improvements are very, very substantially, aren't they? The same as those before these inspectors.
They are, but they're being worked up into detail. They're looking at those scheme and how to make them compliant with the standards.
Well, they recognise, as Mr. Witchells recognises, that, of course, there will be detailed development to the scheme. You recognise that as well, don't you?
Yes, there will be changes, obviously.
Yeah, and that is a normal part of the process, and we can look, because they're on the council's website, we can look at how close the council's scheme is to what is before the inspectors on this appeal, and they are almost identical?
They are very similar, but obviously the difference is they're not at an application stage. They're still at their outline business case, and they've still got time to develop those and improve them.
Yes. Well, we'll come back to that. Now, there's then a part of your evidence on standards and guidance. It's your section 3.4, and I don't want to take you through all of those sorts of things. You have your first four types of guidance in section 3.4 seem to be relevant to detailed design of the A38 highway improvements, and as we've already agreed, all those improvements were agreed between the applicant and the Highway Authority at the time this went to the committee.
Yes, I mean that they're also relevant to the preliminary design, and obviously I've come to a different conclusion.
Of course you have. You know, without being unkind, you are something of an outlier on this. Everybody else agreed that those were acceptable. Mr. Collis, you don't, for the reasons you've explained.
Correct, yes.
Just ask here and just get this clarified. This is the second time this has come up. You said you take a different view, this is your opinion, but you're here giving evidence for the council. So which is it? Because we're not particularly interested in what your view is. We're interested in what the council's view is.
Well, this is my view on behalf of the council.
Okay.
Well, so I mustn't comment. I will just take you to a couple of the design documents, I think 2 or 3 of the design documents that you do mention. One of them, it's in your section 3.4.11, is the Junctions 9 user guide. This is on your page 16 and following. And Junctions 9, I mean, I think it's just, in a sense, the 9th iteration, isn't it? There is, in fact, I think, a 10th iteration.
There is now, yes.
Which came out in February, but let's stick with Junctions 9, which we have as CD 7.22. Can we look at that to just make sure that we understand what...
Could I have the reference number again, please?
I do apologise. It's CD 7.22. And you have used in your evidence, have you got that document?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll come to that in a sec. You in your evidence, for example, paragraph 3.4.13, use the ratio of flow to capacity, RFC, as in effect, and the threshold of 0.8 or 85% as a sort of threshold of acceptability, don't you?
Yes, because beyond that, the queues and delays can grow exponentially.
Yeah. But what I want to understand from Junctions 9 is whether Junctions 9 uses it in that way, the user guide. So let's look at PDF page 93. Because Junctions 9 is somewhat more nuanced, isn't it? Would that be fair?
It is, yes.
We can see there RFC is described. This is the user guide, obviously, to the modelling. It says the RFC, the ratio of flow to capacity, the RFC provides a basis for judging the acceptability of junction designs, and typically an RFC of less than 0.85 is considered to indicate satisfactory performance. This depends, however, on the context of the study, and so the user's own judgment is also required. So it would be fair, wouldn't it, for us to conclude that there is not some automatic cut-off at a ratio of flow to capacity of 85% that is acceptable, unacceptable. Judgment needs to be applied.
In terms of context of where it's being used, and obviously here we've got a strategic road and an airport, so...
Oh, of course. That may be part of the context, and you and Mr. Witchells may have different views about that, but we can agree, can't we, that it's not some sort of cast iron limit that if you're above it, that means you are unacceptable.
No, obviously below it is satisfactory and above it implies that it isn't, but there is some subjectivity there.
Okay. We know, of course, that in fact there are many junctions in the UK that are above that, and for perfectly proper reasons are not improved or work perfectly satisfactorily.
I don't know that they work perfectly satisfactory, but they do exist.
Sort of factors that would be relevant in looking at this would be obviously the existing performance of the junction. It may be over an RFC of 0.85 in both instances and change very little.
It could be.
You'd need to look at the impact of the proposed development. It may be over 0.85, but the proposed development makes no or negligible difference.
No, if it's negligible, then that's not such an issue.
You also need to understand the type of forecast that's used. If the flow is being forecast at or about that level, but it is very much a worst case assessment, that would be relevant, wouldn't it?
It would have some relevance. It depends if all the other factors have been taken into account as well.
And there's also the interests of the travel network more widely. Would improving the junction, for example, just increase undesirable impacts, rat running and stuff like that, and therefore you don't want to change that particular junction.
There could be instances where that is desirable.
Yeah. So a range of things that one would need to look at, clearly.
Yes.
If we just want to look at, for example, to just get a feel for this, delays, to understand what the modelling is telling us about delay. And again, I'll try and take it in a summary way. We could look at the ES addendum, and if you look at the ES addendum, that's CD 2.20.1.
Give me that number again, Mr. Hunters.
Yes, CD 2.20.1. I think we want to go to PDF page 58, or at least that's where the particular table, table 5.15, starts. And this is the summary of significant effects. And I just want to look at delays, which is in fact on PDF page 60. And you can see there the driver delays reported for a number of junctions. There's a sort of left-hand column with a title, subtitle driver delay. And you can see the junctions, and you can see what the sensitivity importance is, magnitude of change, significance. And the right-hand column is helpful. It just gives us a feel for the driver delay. So highway improvements and junction upgrades proposed as part of the proposed development will help reduce driver delay times at junctions 4A and 4B. Those are obviously Downside Road and West Lane, which is likely to have significant beneficial effects. Increases in vehicle movements associated with the proposed development may cause a change in driver delay times of less than 20 seconds at junctions 2, 3, 5 and 7. Therefore, no significant effects are anticipated at these locations. There will be an increased delay of up to 75 seconds during the PM peak at junction 1, and then we come, of course, to Barrow Lane, and delays of up to 12 minutes at junction 6. However, given the nature of the surrounding area and receptors, it's not anticipated that this would result in significant effects. And so what we get reported in the environmental statement addendum is actually negligible, non-significant impacts at a number of junctions, beneficial impacts at the principal junction. Yes, at junction 6 there's a moderate adverse effect, but that's of course the junction that we don't actually add any material numbers of vehicles to.
Well, there's a significant amount going past, which impacts on the performance of that junction.
Yes, but in the council's own scheme that it is consulting on at the moment, down the entire corridor, it doesn't improve that junction, does it?
No, it doesn't, and obviously it's not having to mitigate the airport's impact.
No, but it is undertaking improvements whether or not the airport expands, as we looked at before in the joint transport plan.
It is.
And it's not proposing any improvements at that junction, is it?
It isn't.
So it can't be a criticism of the airport that it is also not proposing improvements at that junction.
Well, it is. The airport is having an impact at that junction.
Let's move on, then we also know, don't we, that in those results, for the reasons that Mr. Witchells explains in his proof of evidence, we have taken the very worst case growth scenario. In other words, it's a very pessimistic worst case assessment, isn't it?
It is. Obviously, it doesn't consider the slower growth scenario, and obviously there are issues with some of the junctions in the modelling that I've raised that would worsen the performance of those junctions.
Yes. And where Mr. Witchells has reduced some of the pessimistic assumptions to more likely assumptions, the RFCs fall. Perhaps we could look at his rebuttal. And his paragraph 2.2.49. So, which is his page 13, that's hard copy, page 13. So he's looked at the here, the Bristol Airport roundabout layout. He's taken out, which is one of the roundabouts that had some higher RFCs, he's taken out double counting, and the RFCs fall, don't they, to below 0.85. So clearly, we talked before about understanding and interpreting the 0.85, and one of the things is whether it's a worst case. If one makes this a more likely case rather than worst case.
It does. Obviously, it doesn't look at the slower growth scenario, and also we don't have the analysis behind this. We don't know how the traffic's been redistributed and if
Yes.
that's correct.
But I don't mean this, Mr. Collis, as a criticism of you personally, but when we were dealing with the council officers and Jacobs, we had very extensive meetings with them where these sorts of things could be discussed, thrashed out, and they were ultimately agreed. We've just not had that with you. You haven't been asking to sit down with Stantec or others to thrash out these minor issues, have you?
No, obviously this came in the rebuttal, so it's fairly recent.
But generally, we haven't had that level of engagement with you. You could have said, look, we've got some technical concerns on these, want to understand this modelling, could we just sit down and go through this? That just hasn't happened, has it?
We have requested on a couple of occasions additional information.
You have requested information, and we've tried to supply that information. Anyway, we are obviously where we are. If we just stick with our theme of the Junctions 9 guidance, the other performance indicator you look at is level of service. Again, you look at this as, again, another criterion of acceptability. And if we go back into the user guide, so the user guide, if you remember, was 7.22, CD 7.22. And we go now to page just after the one we were on, so PDF page 94. The level of service definition there indicates levels of service at different junctions, including from free flow A down to F, forced or breakdown flow, that these are based on queuing delay on each arm, and the thresholds differ for unsignalized and signalized junctions. I think the only junction that you point to as having a level of service of F is Barrow Lane again, the one that the council itself is not proposing to improve.
I think that's correct, yeah.
There's nothing to indicate that any of the other definitions in any way represents a level of acceptability or otherwise. They're simply indicators of the way junctions are performing.
Yes, obviously when you get to unstable flow and approaching unstable flow, that becomes problematic. That's when your queues and delays can significantly increase.
We can see the way that some of these concepts are used, can't we, in the TfL modelling guidelines that you also point us to. This is also in your proof of evidence from 3.4.19 onwards. So let's look at the TfL guidance. That's CD 7.21. See what that says. So it's 7.21. And although you draw attention to it, we need to note this is specifically guidance for London, but you've drawn our attention to it, so let's...
Yes, it applies to all modelling. It's written by the London Authority, but it's equally applicable around the country.
And if we go to PDF page 89, and we can see there the guidance is again fairly nuanced, isn't it? It's useful to be, sorry, this is paragraph 2.6.1.4, junction performance. It's useful to be aware of the relationship between traffic delay and degree of saturation, DOS, in order to best optimize junction performance during proposed development. Relationships illustrated in figure 8. Engineers should be mindful that delay begins to increase exponentially above 85%. Junctions operating close to zero practical reserve, corresponding to 90% DOS, small reductions in capacity can result in significant increases in delay. DOS of 90 represents an upper limit of practical capacity for signalized junctions. Unsignalized junctions typically have lower levels of capacity. So again, we can see that there is a continuum. We can look at this in the context of the junctions here, but you're not pointing to junctions here that have a complete breakdown of flow, are you?
Well, it is an upper limit, and obviously beyond that, it becomes exponentially worse.
Yes, but the TA and the TAA both report degrees of saturation and practical reserve capacity for signal junctions all below 90%. And PCRs above 60, above zero.
Yes, well, the problem is they're very close, and obviously I've said there are issues with that modelling, factors that would increase it.
But also, as we've already discussed, the modelling is based on a very much worst case assessment. We'll come to this maybe when we look at some of the public transport mode share stuff. We've taken a high public transport mode share when looking at parking demand and a low public transport mode share when looking at highway demand.
Yes, that's a whole nother topic, but
That's
I'm
a
sure
whole
we will
nother,
discuss it.
a whole nother topic, absolutely. And you then introduce in your 21 some design recommendations for multi-storey and underground car parking. These are the ones that refer to 5% for dynamic capacity circulation. I was frankly at a loss to understand how this was relevant to the surface level car parking. Does it have any relevance at all?
It doesn't.
I mean, we've not used it, have we?
No, but you've used the same figures. You've used that 95%
Well,
as being
I
required.
don't think we have. We'll come on and explore that. But you have, we haven't.
It's referenced in the parking studies.
Yeah, well, I'll take you to where it's referenced in the parking studies. But as far as you're concerned, this doesn't have any particular relevance, does it, this document?
Well, it does, because it explains why you need that 5% spare capacity.
Right, but you say we don't need 5% spare capacity. You told us we should be at 100%.
Exactly, and the reasons that it identifies in here aren't applicable at the airport.
Right, so this isn't relevant.
No, it supports the information, it supports the argument.
Okay. Now, the next topic we're going to come on to is surface access infrastructure.
So can I just check when you want to? I'm happy to go on as long as you want.
I'm moving from some of these early things now to the surface access infrastructure.
That's a long topic, but I can break during that topic. I'm more than happy to. But I'm just conscious that we're at 4:45.
Well, we didn't want to sit beyond 5:30, if that
Well,
helpful.
why don't I go on, and at some point, either at or shortly before 5:30, I'll just find a point. I think there are probably two parts to this, and I may be able to use that as a break point. I may even get through it. We'll see how we go.
So surface access infrastructure. You identified in your evidence a number of issues which you said were deficiencies in the TA and the TAA, but I think some of those have now been dropped, and you did, I think it's in my other notebook, identify what they are, and I think I've already got them. So I think your section 4.3, traffic flow movements, you now accept that those have been correctly input to the modelling.
Yes, we've had further information that's allowed us to check that.
Okay. And I think section 4.8 is no longer in dispute. And then with Mr. Henderson, you pointed to junctions, I think if I wrote it down correctly, junctions 13 and 5.
Yes.
Am I right in thinking that there's also a further partial point relating to the width of the cycle path on the west side of the A38? I think you've now accepted that.
Yes, we've been able to measure that and confirm that is acceptable.
So, insofar as we perhaps had 4 things, we've now got 4.5, if you like, or 5. We've got another.
Yes, of that order, yeah.
Yeah. Are there any other parts, having seen Mr. Witchell's rebuttal, that
are now agreed?
No, I don't believe there are.
Don't believe so. Okay. So of the outstanding issues, there appear to me to be two categories. One category is sort of general issues about traffic modelling and assessment, and the other categories seem to be issues about the particular A38 improvement works. And you, as Mr. Henderson took you through them, you haven't kind of split them up quite like that, but I have, and I think it's quite useful. So I'm going to ask you questions in that sort of way. And so I'm going to start with the general issues, which are more to do with traffic modelling and assessment generally. And the first one relates to Q surveys. So this was your section 4.4. And with all of these, you touched on them with Mr. Henderson. But am I right in thinking that Q surveys or Q lengths are not a validation criterion for a model?
They're part of the criteria. It's not the criteria. It's not the only one.
So you can use them to measure a model's performance, but they're not actually a validation criterion, as I understand it. We can look at the guidance if you want to see that, but do you want to accept that, or should we look at the guidance?
It's probably useful to look at the guidance.
Yes. So we need to go back to CD 721, and this time to page PDF page 147, I think.
Sorry, could I have the reference again, please?
Yes, of course. CD 7.21. And page 147. And your point, your paragraph 4.4.1, Q-length surveys allow the baseline models to be validated and calibrated in order to provide confidence that the junction capacity, and so you go on. What the guidance says is Q-survey data, whilst not a validation criterion, is useful when determining bottlenecks within the network. So it's not a validation criterion. That's not an appropriate criticism, is it, of what we've done?
No, but following that, it says it can be used as a measure of the model's performance and for direct comparison with scheme proposals.
Yes.
Modelled and surveyed Qs should be compared and presented in accompanying reports.
Yes. But your paragraph, that this section is about Q-length surveys allow the baseline models to be validated and calibrated. That's not what they're used for.
It's part of it. It's not, you can't do it entirely on Qs, but it's, a lot of it's geometrical, but Qs are an important part of that.
Of course, the models were validated, weren't they, before submission, June 2018, and that was shared with NSC and its then advisors, who at that time, in fact, were WSP.
It was, but Q surveys didn't form. Apart from one junction, Q surveys weren't part of that.
No, but that's because the Highway Authority officers and WSP at that time were satisfied with the validation that had been carried out, and Q surveys didn't need to be part of it.
They were satisfied. Obviously, I've come to a different conclusion.
All right. Growth scenarios. So this is your section 4.10. So this is another of these sort of general type points rather than detailed points. And this is where you make the point about faster and slower growth, and we've already discussed the use of worst case assumptions. Are we able to agree that the faster growth scenario is likely to have less impacts? Or
Yes, we can. Yeah.
we can agree that. And for slower growth, what we're talking about here is, if growth was to 12 million in 2030, we're talking about, well, what would the airport look like capped at 12 million? What would it look like in 2034?
The airport itself is the same. It's the background traffic growth that's
Yes.
the issue.
All right, but what the junctions would look like in 2034. So we're not here talking at all, are we, about, as you just pointed out, the effect of the airport. We're talking about everything else in the world.
And the effect of the mitigation, obviously, if you mitigate to less traffic and there's more traffic, then the junctions are going to perform worse.
But it's not the airport's traffic we're talking about, is it? It's everybody else's traffic.
It is, yes.
And what Mr. Whitchells did in his proof of evidence, if you have a look at that, he did an exercise, because we did look at this qualitatively to try and understand whether, a few years either acceleration of growth or a few years delay to growth made a material impact. So his proof of evidence on page 36, I think, looks at the temporo growth factors for the faster and slower growth case, and you can see, the relevant factors for the different AM, interpeak and PM periods, and then compares, what would the traffic be, and the conclusion that Mr. Whitchells draws is that the changes in the traffic, background traffic, of 1% up to about 1.7% are so small that doesn't make a material difference to the overall assessment. It doesn't turn an acceptable residual effect into a severe residual effect, if you think back to the MPPF.
Well, it could do if it applies to a junction where your practical capacity is approached and you haven't taken into other factors like pedestrian crossings. So that could be a material difference.
But which junction are you talking about? Let's put Barrow Lane to one side.
The airport access, Barrow Lane and West Lane.
But those junctions don't even nearly get to an unacceptable level with a 1%.
Well, they're very close. They're in the high 80s, whereas the threshold's 90.
But this is, in effect, as we've agreed, that is nothing to do with the airport itself. You're just talking about general growth in traffic, and within that context, obviously, the council is undertaking its own improvements to the entire corridor.
Yes, I suppose it's in the context of the airport, you have to have easy and reliable access, and if you don't take that into account, you could have significant problems.
Okay, well, we have your view on it, and Mr. Whitchells has expressed his view on it, and ultimately the inspectors will form a judgment on that. You then have in your section 4.11 some what you call outstanding technical concerns. But my understanding of those is that the outstanding technical concerns aren't actually in section 4.11. Those are the outstanding technical concerns are the sections that follow. Is that right?
Yes, they've been split into the separate junctions.
That's helpful. That's understood. So I'm going to look at a number of these, bearing in mind that I'll come back to the improvement works, our proposed improvement works later. So I'll just, here we refer throughout to a number of the junction numbers. I mean, just for your note, you may have found this already, but there's a plan that shows all the junction numbers. Would it be helpful if I gave you that? You don't need to look it up, but just for your note, it might be useful so that you can reference them. You get them all. It's not a terribly big plan, but CD 2.9.1, 2.9.1, PDF page 112, so PDF page 112, it's figure 10.2, and that shows where all those junctions are. Of course, sir. This is more in a sense for your note, just so that you can pick it up later, but it's CD 2.9.1, PDF page 112, and it's on that page you should see a figure 10.2, and that, you know, when people talk about junction 1 and junction 7 and everything else, that's where the junctions are. Now, junction 5, this is the A38 and Barrow Street, so not Barrow Lane, but Barrow Street, which is the one that goes off to the other side, the west side of the A38. You say, your argument on this, as I understand it, is that there's no justification for the user-defined saturation flow. Is that your concern?
There obviously is. I wasn't aware of it when I was writing this, but we've since reviewed that, and that sets that out.
So is this one of the ones, I may have, in my notes, not quite caught up with what was agreed and
yeah, so this is one that we're no
agreed.
longer...
So this is one of the ones, wasn't it, that's
yeah.
now agreed. So I can kind of tick that one off the box as not one that I need to worry about. Okay. So junction 6 is A38 and Barrow Lane. This is the one that goes off to the, or leads into the A38 from the east. And there you've said insufficient performance, no mitigation proposed. And as we've already agreed, the council's own major road network scheme doesn't propose any improvement here.
Correct, yeah.
Clearly, the Highway Authority, who, as we looked at in the transport plan, are proposing these improvements with or without the airport expansion. Clearly, they don't think it appropriate to improve this junction.
No, obviously, they don't have to take account of the airport's impact.
Well, they say with or without. With, they would be taking it into account. They don't think it appropriate, do they?
I don't know why they haven't, but they haven't proposed a scheme there.
Well, it may be they haven't because they just don't agree with your approach on this.
That's a possibility.
Yes. Here, there's very little, if any, flows to the airport along Barrow Lane.
No, none have been assumed to go down Barrow Lane.
And I think your only point is that there will be more flows along the A38.
Yes, I mean, I think it's 268 vehicles. It's quite a significant number.
Yes. But insofar as some vehicles in the modelling will reallocate, obviously that will be reflected in the modelling, won't it?
I don't know how that model has done that, but if it has, there's still an awful lot of traffic on this road and
Yes.
very long queues and delays.
But it's existing traffic.
There's an existing
not airport
problem.
traffic.
It's an existing problem, yes, made worse.
And the reasons, obviously, for not improving that would include that it may simply promote more vehicles to, in effect, rat run through villages.
I don't think it's been used as a rat run at the moment, because you wouldn't sit in a half a kilometre queue if you were rat running.
Okay.
Just a question, I'm still not clear on junction 6. Are you saying, because I don't think you have said it in your proof, are you now saying that there is a severe impact at 6 from development traffic or not?
Yes, the development traffic is passing through the junction, but not on Barrow Lane, but it's having an impact on that junction and worsening the performance.
Severe impact?
Those level of queues and delays are severe, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
But the inspector's point is the increase a severe one?
Well, the problem is that it's beyond the capacity of the model to predict it, so what's reported isn't actually realistic. It's so bad, it's beyond modelling.
Have you got any evidence of a severe impact? Have you produced any evidence of a severe impact at that junction?
Only the impact, the quantity of the impact, and the impact that would have on vehicles getting through that junction. We can't quantify it, it's beyond the thresholds of the model.
Okay.
I understand the point that there's an impact. I'm just not too sure how you've got to a severe impact.
Just because of the length of the queues and the delays. I mean, the impact of that is if you've sat in a queue for that long, you've got vehicles behind you, you're going to take more risks, you're going to look for more gaps which maybe aren't appropriate, and there's a safety issue there.
Mr. Collins, that we know that that is an area where there are queues and congestions at the moment. We know that the airport is not adding to flows along that. If the council considered that this was a problem or a severe impact, the council would surely propose some improvement here. Clearly the council does not seek to resolve this problem, or does not consider it a problem.
No, it's the impact of the airport which I consider to be the problem.
Okay. Junction 7, this is the A38 and the A4174 South. And here your point 4.17.1 is that, as I understand it, the queues exceed the lane lengths.
Yes.
Obviously that has been modelled. The Linsig models were, once again, sorry to repeat myself, but were agreed with the Highway Authority officers and Jacobs. This is the point about the queues being not static but moving queues, and I think you have accepted, if I understand it, to some extent at least, that that these are not static queues, they are moving, the vehicles are
They are,
joining
it's
the
just
back.
the extent of how long those queues are that's the issue, and when they occur.
But in fact, what I understand the modelling to show is that the queues are there for very short periods. It's a matter of seconds, isn't it?
The first example is, but the other two I would disagree. It's more significant.
Well, it's still, as I understand it, very short periods. I mean, I can get Mr. Witchells to explain it, but these are not substantial standing queues, are they?
And they don't have to be, because the queuing area is very short, so a short queue can block up the junction.
Okay. Now, junction
13, again, I think that's one of the ones that, this is your section 418. Is that another tick in that one you're now content?
Yes, there was the question about the bonus green feature, but it's actually been explained that it's a negative. But just to point out that that degree of saturation, it is at 99.8% with a queue of 35 vehicles. So that does exceed the practical.
Okay, again, this is not a junction that the council's A38 major road network scheme proposes to improve, is it?
No, it's not.
So the council is obviously not concerned about the existing degree of saturation on this particular junction.
I think it is a concern. I don't know why they're not proposing to mitigate it.
So, again, of the junctions that we've looked at so far, and we'll look obviously at the A38 improvements in a moment, but of the ones we've looked at, I think the only one where you're pointing to there being a severe impact is Barrow Lane, isn't it?
Yes, the other issues are we can't be certain of the results, so we don't know if the impact has been mitigated, but the Barrow Lane is the particularly concerning one.
Okay. Now I'm going to turn now to the A38 improvement works themselves. Sorry, so I'm just seeing whether I'm going to finish this section in 20 minutes. Okay, I can continue and take some topics. I think I know a point that I can stop at. I put to you before the point that the council's scheme that it's consulting on is, so far as I can tell, subject to one very minor amendment, exactly the same as the scheme before the inspectors. And the scheme that the council is consulting on is on its website, isn't it? And a couple of screenshots from that are in Mr. Witchell's CPO evidence, but they're quite small. Is that, so that the inspectors can see it, is that a plan? In fact, it's two plans. Could they be produced to the inquiry?
I'm sure they can.
That would be quite useful. It would be quite useful if it could be done during this week so the inspectors could see it.
I'm certainly happy to look into it and see what we can do. I can't make any promises and take some instructions.
That's really helpful. I mean, we can make do for current purposes with Mr. Witchell's CPO proof. It's not a particularly good scale, and I just wondered if there was a bigger one that could be provided. Do you have, or could you have to hand, maybe electronically, Mr. Witchell's compulsory purchase proof so that we can look at the council's own scheme? So as I don't know whether you probably haven't got it in paper with you.
No.
CPO proof of evidence, and if you turn to, I think it's going to be PDF page 14 and 15, and if you have to hand Mr. Henderson's handy ready reckoner plan of our scheme,
So what was the PDF number?
I would say it's page 15. I've got this in paper, but I would say it's page 15. You'll see paragraph 2.1.23. sort of introduces, and you've got figure 2.1 and then 2.2. I'm afraid the title to it was ended up on the previous page. Start on page 15, because it's slightly easier to see this, and you can see why I've asked for a slightly bigger version, because it's kind of not perfect. But if you look at that, Mr. Collis, and you have this plan next to it, and you just want to get a feel for it, look, for example, at the combined footway cycleway to the west side of the A38 below and above the downside road junction, and you compare it with what the council is consulting on, you can see it's exactly the same, isn't it?
I mean, it's not provided to the same level of detail, and it is a concept. It is being developed, but fundamentally it's the same proposals.
Yeah.
But they've obviously got a lot more time to work those up.
Yes. And, for example, what the council is consulting on doesn't have new full standard footpath cycleways on the east side of the A38. One of your criticisms.
Yes, but again, they're not mitigating the impact of the airport. They're not trying to maximise sustainable transport to the airport. They're resolving an existing issue.
Yeah, but there is an existing issue. They haven't thought it necessary, perhaps for the same reason as the airport, to carry out those improvements which you say are required, necessary, on the east side of the A38.
No, this is just the highway scheme. There are other proposals for sustainable transport that are separate to this.
And if we look at the other one, the West Lane junction, and again compare it with what we're proposing, subject to the Shadow Island point that you mentioned, the very small island. Again, the numbers of lanes and everything else look pretty much identical.
They do, and as I've already identified, there are issues with that. It doesn't work, so it needs to be improved. That's something that's being worked on at the moment.
Yes, but you're not suggesting, are you, that the council are kind of in some way misleading the public by consulting on a scheme that they don't think is very good?
No, it's a concept, and they've identified that there's further work to be done.
Clearly, they think that that concept, which, as we've agreed, is almost exactly the same as our scheme, can be worked up into something acceptable.
They do, and that's something that's being done at the moment.
Yes. Look on the Mr. Henderson's Ready Reckoner plan. Look at that. You can see, can't you, that the red line boundary for the airport's scheme is wide enough to allow some flexibility in the design.
The pinch points are very limited, and again, there's the issue of the levels and whether they can be achieved.
Yes, but those same pinch points and levels exist for the council scheme.
They do, but of course they don't have to accommodate as much traffic, so things like the merge doesn't have to provide as much capacity.
And the inspectors will also know, we could look at it now, but I suggest we don't, that the compulsory purchase order boundary also would allow more land to be acquired. It's not tightly drawn around the carriageway, is it?
In some places that's the case, but others are very tight pinch points, which
Yes.
are very restrictive.
But those are things like, in relation to the common, and that, there are obviously restrictions on compulsorily acquiring common, but those would apply to the council as well.
They will, as it stands, yes.
Now, you start in your section 4.5. Remember I said that I was going to take things not in the order you'd taken them. I was going to take them general points and then A38 improvement points. So we're just going to go back now to your section 4.5 because this is an A38 improvement point. You, in section 4.5, make the complaint that your section 4, paragraph 452, that there's a drawing there and you only got it in June. In fact, of course, that drawing was issued to the council in April 2019, wasn't it?
It was, but that was prior to the final revision being issued. So that was a different scheme drawing.
Well, as I understand it, unless I've misunderstood which particular version you're talking about, the scheme drawing, I think the scheme drawing you're talking about, was issued all that time ago. I think what you didn't have was a CAD version of it.
Sorry, could you just confirm the date it was issued?
I think that one's April 2019, isn't it?
Yes, and the revision 10 is dated November 18.
Yeah,
So that,
18.
yes.
And I was talking about April 19, it was issued to the council.
Yeah.
So, you know, to make a criticism that you haven't had it is a little unfair, isn't it? You've actually had it for over 2 years.
It wasn't available to me. It wasn't in the documents. It wasn't something I could check.
So, in terms of section 4.5 then, can we agree that this is another one tick? It hadn't been supplied to you, but it was available to the council. It's not a criticism of us that they didn't give it to you.
It's just what I had to be able to review.
Okay, so not a criticism of...
No, assuming that was provided and it was available.
And then your section 4.6, this is swept path analysis. The swept path analyses were provided to the council officers in April 2018. Comments were received, weren't they, from officers, and it was following that that the drawings at Mr. Witchell's Appendix D were provided. Again, the council has had swept path analyses for years.
Yes, sorry, that was my point, that actually this revision was submitted after that, those swept path analysis was undertaken. So they didn't have the information that we've got now in the proof of evidence.
Yes, but officers were happy with all of this, weren't they? They realised that there were still minor amends to be made to all of the plans. They were completely comfortable with this.
They were for a previous iteration of the scheme, yes.
And again, you've pointed to some minor crossovers, but with the red line boundaries we've got and the amount of CPO, there's absolutely no reason why those won't be resolved, is there?
Well, I don't think there is. That's a very tight pinch point on West Lane. You would have substandard footways if you were going to do any further widening.
Yes.
And we haven't got the analysis, so we can't determine what would be acceptable.
But the swept path analysis, that's not changed by whether there's airport traffic or not, or an increase in airport traffic or not. That's a swept path. That's, you know, an HGV coming out of there, and clearly exactly the same issue will be faced by the council with its improvement scheme.
It is an issue, yes. It needs to be resolved.
Yeah, and it will be resolved. Presumably that's what the council think, isn't it?
Well, they're looking at it. We don't know what the solution is yet.
No.
Or if there is one.
No, but the one thing the inspectors can take away is that it will be better than at present.
I don't think it would, because it's not signalised at the moment, so a lot of those issues don't exist. And you're putting more lanes in, so there's more conflict and more impact on the adjacent lanes.
Can I just ask a question about the swept paths? Just assuming you're correct, then, that there's no scope within that red line boundary to widen the carriageway and address the issue at the detailed design phase. And I just take your point, it's an existing issue, but you're saying by signalising it, you're somehow making it worse. Have you done any analysis of how many HGV movements come in and out of that junction?
I have looked at the traffic count data, and it's categorised as HGV, so you can't differentiate between articulated or rigid lorries, but it's in the order of 30 to 60 vehicles a day.
But that would be anything from an Arctic down to a box van?
No, it's bigger than that. I think it's 4 axles, so it's a 10-ton lorry. It's a big lorry.
A Luton type?
Sorry?
A Luton type?
Bigger than that.
Bigger than a Luton. Okay, so we don't really know. But it's, I mean, in the panellers, we've been to that junction a few times. We've travelled down West Lane. It's a country lane, isn't it? Once you get onto it over the cattle grid, it's quite a narrow country lane.
It is, yeah.
Yes, it's not a designated HGV route.
No, but there's obviously a lot of HGVs using it based on the count data.
Yes, commercial vehicles.
Yeah.
We don't know that we're there. We've got very little evidence about Arctics.
No, that level of detail doesn't exist.
No, it's not something I've heard mentioned by the local residents. I assumed, actually, when we were talking about it, that might be actually a weight limit on that road, because it's got that feel to it, but there isn't a weight limit.
I'm not aware of one. There can't be, because the HGVs are using it.
Hmm. Okay.
I'm just conscious of time. I was now going to move on to the road safety audit, but probably is sensible to pause at that point. It's not the perfect point, but I think it's the best I can do.
That's fine. Anything before we break? Oh, just before we adjourn, did we get any clarity on the transport note 23?
That is a very good question. People were looking at that.
Yes.
I didn't know the answer. I don't know whether you heard that.
No.
There's in fact a summary in the documentation, but we'll get you the full thing.
Okay, great.
And we'll do that.
All right, well, thank you, everybody. The inquiry is adjourned. We'll resume at 9:30 in the morning. Thank you.